fictional billionaire romance audiobook. 18, plus only all characters and events are imaginary, pure entertainment, no real-life resemblance intended. Enjoy. Two hearts. Married to a heartless millionaire, until my love changed him. Chapter 1. The Proposal That Wasn't Love. Ava Reynolds had never believed in fairy tales. Not really. Growing up above her father's struggling hardware store in a quiet corner of Boston, she'd learned early that happy endings were for people who could afford them. Rent was due on the 1st, suppliers called on the 15th, and dreams were luxuries squeezed between shifts. So when the call came that her father's business, 3 generations old, was one missed payment away from collapse, Ava didn't cry. She squared her shoulders, kissed her dad's weathered cheek, and drove 2 hours to the gleaming glass tower downtown where billionaires played God with other people's futures. The elevator ride to the 52nd floor felt like ascending into another atmosphere. Polished steel, soft classical music, the faint scent of expensive leather and citrus. Her reflection stared back at her. Dark hair pulled into a low ponytail, simple navy dress that hugged her curves without trying too hard, minimal makeup, because she refused to look like she was begging. She was. Not yet. The doors opened onto a reception area that could have doubled as a modern art gallery. A young woman in a crisp white blazer looked up from her desk. Ms. Reynolds. Ava nodded, throat suddenly dry. Mr. Blackwood will see you now. The office beyond the double doors was massive, floor-to-ceiling windows framing the city skyline like a conquered kingdom. Alexander Blackwood stood at the far end, back to her, hands in the pockets of a tailored charcoal suit that probably cost more than her father's annual mortgage. Broad shoulders, dark hair cut sharp at the nape, the kind of posture that said he owned the air around him. He didn't turn immediately. He let her stand there, let the silence stretch until it pressed against her ribs. When he finally faced her, Ava's breath caught despite herself. He was beautiful in a cruel way, high cheekbones, shadowed jaw, eyes the color of storm clouds over the Atlantic. 32, according to the articles she'd read obsessively last night. Self-made tech billionaire, ruthless in boardrooms, never photographed with the same woman twice, and now apparently in the market for a wife. Sit, he said, voice low, clipped no warmth. Ava crossed the room on legs that felt borrowed, lowering herself into the leather chair opposite his desk. He remained standing, leaning one hip against the edge, arms crossed, dominating the space without effort. You know why you're here, he stated, not a question. My father's company, she said steadily. Blackwood Ventures holds the majority debt. You're calling it in. A faint tilt of his head. Acknowledgement. Reynolds Hardware has been bleeding money for years. Your father's loans are substantial. He can't repay, not without liquidation. Ava's fingers tightened on the armrests. He worked his entire life for that store. It's not just a business, it's our history. Sentiment doesn't pay interest. Alexander's gaze never wavered. But I'm not here to destroy him. I'm here to offer an alternative. Her pulse kicked. What kind of alternative? He reached for a slim folder on the desk and slid it toward her. Black leather, no label. Marriage, he said simply. The word landed like a stone in still water. Ava stared at the folder, then up at him. You're joking. Do I look like a man who jokes, Ms. Reynolds? No, he looked like a man who calculated every word, every breath. She opened the folder with hands that didn't shake barely. Inside, a contract, clean, clinical pages, terms in precise legalese, 1 year of marriage, public appearances as required. Discretion, no emotional entanglement. In exchange, full forgiveness of her father's debt, infusion of capital to stabilize the business, a generous personal allowance for her, and at the end of the term, divorce, clean and quiet. Ava's laugh was short, disbelieving. You want a wife, not love, not even companionship. Just optics. Precisely. He pushed off the desk, circling slowly behind her chair. She felt the heat of him even from a distance. I'm acquiring a rival company next quarter. The board is conservative, old money, they prefer stability, a family man, or at least the appearance of one smooths negotiations. You're attractive, articulate from a respectable if modest background. No scandals, you'll photograph well. She turned in the chair to face him. And what do I get besides saving my dad? A year of playing pretend in your world. You get security, for him, for yourself. After the year, you walk away with enough to start over anywhere. No strings. Ava studied his face. No trace of humor, no softness, just cold certainty. Why me? She asked quietly. You could have anyone, models, socialites, women who actually want this life. His jaw tightened, the first crack in the facade. Because you won't want it. You won't cling. You won't expect more than the contract allows. That makes you safe. Safe, the word tasted bitter. She closed the folder. And if I say no? Then tomorrow morning, I file for foreclosure. Your father loses everything. The store closes. The house follows if he's leveraged against it, which he is. Ava's stomach twisted. She pictured her dad's face last week, gray, tired, forcing a smile as he handed her the keys to the truck. Just a little longer, sweetheart. We'll turn it around. She looked out the window at the city glittering below. So many lights, so much indifference. How long do I have to decide? She asked. Until you leave this office. Her gaze snapped back to him. That's not fair. Life rarely is. He stepped closer, close enough that she caught the faint scent of his cologne, sandalwood smoke, something dangerously addictive. Sign, and your father never knows how close he came to ruin. He keeps his pride. You keep your family intact. Ava's heart hammered. She hated him in that moment, hated the calm control, the way he wielded power like it was nothing. Hated that part of her was already calculating the angles, weighing survival against dignity. She opened the folder again, pen resting on top, black and sleek. Her hand hovered. Alexander watched her, unblinking. This isn't a proposal, she said, voice low. It's a transaction. Exactly. A ghost of something satisfaction flickered in his eyes. No illusions, no heartbreak, just terms we both understand. Ava met his gaze, held it, let him see the fire behind her calm. I'll sign, she said, but understand this, Mr. Blackwood, I'm not your accessory, I'm not your decoration. I'm doing this for my father, not for you. Something shifted in his expression, surprise maybe, or interest. It was gone before she could name it. Noted, he replied. She picked up the pen. The nib touched paper. Her signature flowed across the line, Ava Marie Reynolds. When she looked up, he was already extending his hand. She placed hers in it. His grip was firm, warm, electric. Neither of them let go immediately. Welcome to my world, Mrs. Blackwood, he said softly. The title hit her like a slap. She pulled her hand free. It's still Ava, she corrected. For now. He inclined his head, the smallest acknowledgement. Wedding is in 3 weeks, he said. My team will handle details. You'll move in next week to acclimate. Move in? Her voice rose despite herself. My penthouse. Public appearances start immediately after the ceremony. We need to sell the story. Of course, the perfect couple, the lie, She stood, smoothing her dress. "I'll need time to tell my father." "Tell him what you must. He'll believe you fell in love." A dry edge to his tone. "People believe what they want to." Ava turned toward the door, pulse roaring in her ears. At the threshold, she paused. "Alexander," she said, using his first name for the first time. It felt like a weapon. He looked up from the desk where he'd already begun signing his own name. "Don't expect me to make this easy for you," she told him. "I may be signing your contract, but I'm not signing away my spine." For the first time, the corner of his mouth lifted. Not quite a smile, more like a challenge accepted. "Good," he murmured. "I'd hate to be bored." The door closed behind her with a soft click. In the elevator, Ava pressed her forehead to the cool metal wall and let out a long, shaky breath. She'd just sold a year of her life to a man who looked at her like she was a line item on a balance sheet. And yet, God help her, when his fingers had closed around hers, something inside her had sparked. Not love, not yet, but awareness. Heat, the dangerous promise of friction. She closed her eyes. 3 weeks. 1 year, then freedom. She just had to survive Alexander Blackwood first. Chapter 2. The Cold Wedding Night. The ceremony had been flawless. Of course it had. Alexander Blackwood didn't do anything halfway. A private chapel on the top floor of one of his hotels, intimate, elegant, dripping in white roses and candlelight that cost more per stem than Ava's monthly rent used to. 50 guests carefully curated, business associates, a handful of distant relatives on her side who'd been flown in at his expense, and not a single friend who knew the truth. Her father had walked her down the aisle with tears in his eyes, whispering how proud he was, how he'd always known she'd find someone who could take care of her. Ava had smiled through the lump in her throat and let him believe the fairy tale. The vows had been short, standard. No personal touches. No promises of forever beyond the legal minimum. "I do," Alexander had said, voice steady as steel. "I do," Ava had echoed, quieter but clear. Rings exchanged, platinum bands, her set with a single flawless diamond that caught every flicker of light like it was trying to escape. Photographers had captured the kiss, brief, perfunctory, lips brushing just long enough to satisfy the lens. His hand had rested lightly at her waist, possessive in appearance, careful in reality. No heat, no linger. The reception had followed in the adjacent ballroom. Champagne flowed. Toasts were made. Alexander's arm had stayed around her shoulders for the photos, his body a wall of warmth against her side. She felt every shift of muscle beneath his suit, every controlled breath. But when the last flash faded, he dropped his arm like it had never belonged there. Now the suite. The presidential suite took up the entire top floor. Marble floors, 20-foot ceilings, a living area larger than her old apartment. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the glittering Boston Harbor. A grand piano no one would ever play. Fresh orchids on every surface. And silence so thick it pressed against her eardrums. Ava stood in the center of the master bedroom, still in her wedding gown. The lace bodice hugged her ribs, the silk skirt pooled around her like spilled moonlight. She hadn't taken off the veil yet. It felt safer to keep something between her and this reality. The door opened behind her. Alexander stepped inside, jacket already discarded, tie loosened. Shirt sleeves rolled to his forearms. He looked unruffled, as if the entire day had been another board meeting. He closed the door with a soft click. Ava didn't turn. "You can take the guest suite down the hall," he said without preamble. "Your things have already been moved." She finally faced him. The veil framed her face like a barrier. Guest suite, right, separate rooms, part of the contract. His gaze flicked over her, dress, veil, the way her hands were clasped too tightly in front of her. Something flickered in his eyes, not softness. Calculation, maybe, or curiosity. Yes, he confirmed. Separate rooms, no expectations, no obligations. The word hung between them, heavy with implication. Ava let out a small, humorless laugh. You make it sound so clinical. It is clinical. He crossed the room, stopping a careful distance away. This is a business arrangement. We both signed knowing exactly what it entailed. I signed to save my father's store, she reminded him. You signed to impress a board of old men who think a ring on your finger makes you trustworthy. A muscle ticked in his jaw. And now we're married, legally, publicly. The optics are perfect. She reached up and slowly pulled the veil free, letting it drift to the floor like surrender. Her dark hair tumbled loose over her shoulders. She shook it out, meeting his gaze head-on. So what now, husband? The word tasted strange on her tongue, bitter and intimate at once. Do we toast to our year of domestic bliss? Share a nightcap? Pretend this isn't the strangest night of both our lives? He studied her for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he moved to the bar cart near the window. Crystal decanter, 2 glasses. He poured amber liquid into both, whiskey neat. He carried one to her. She took it but didn't drink. Alexander lifted his own glass in a mock toast. To fulfilling the terms. Ava raised hers. To surviving them. They drank. The whiskey burned clean down her throat. She welcomed the heat. He set his glass down. I'll leave you to change. There's a robe in the bathroom. Your luggage is in the walk-in. Good night, Ava. He turned toward the door. Wait. The word escaped before she could stop it. He paused, hand on the knob. She set her glass on the dresser. The gown suddenly felt too tight, too exposing. Why separate rooms? Really, not the contract version, the real one. Alexander didn't turn immediately. When he did, his expression was unreadable. Because I don't mix business with pleasure, he said quietly. She stepped closer, close enough to see the faint shadow of stubble along his jaw, the tension in the line of his mouth. And I'm business. You're temporary, he corrected. 1 year, then you're free. I'm not going to complicate that with anything else. Anything else, she repeated. You mean sex, intimacy, human connection. His eyes darkened. Exactly. Ava felt a strange mix of relief and something sharper, disappointment. Anger, she couldn't name it. So you'll parade me at galas, hold my hand for cameras, call me wife in public, but in private, I'm a stranger sleeping down the hall. Yes. She searched his face. You really think you can keep it that cold for a whole year? I've kept colder for longer. The admission was soft, almost involuntary. It hung there, a crack in the armor she hadn't expected. Ava tilted her head. Who hurt you, Alexander? He stiffened. That's not part of the arrangement. No, she agreed. But we're married now, legally bound. Might as well know who I'm sharing oxygen with. He exhaled through his nose, a sound that was almost a laugh. You want to play 20 questions on our wedding night. I want to understand the man who bought me for a year. I didn't buy you. You bought my cooperation. A beat of silence. Then he stepped forward, slow, deliberate, close enough that she had to tilt her head back to hold his gaze. The air between them thickened, charged with something neither would name. I don't do feelings, Ava, he said, voice low. I don't do vulnerability. I don't do love. I do control. I do results. That's all this is. She refused to step back. And what happens when control isn't enough? when the boardroom isn't watching. His gaze dropped to her mouth for one heartbeat, two, then he straightened. It always is. He turned again, this time opening the door. "Good night," he repeated. The door closed behind him with finality. Ava stood motionless for a long moment. Then she reached behind her, fingers fumbling for the zipper of the gown. It slid down in a slow whisper of silk. The dress pooled at her feet. She stepped out of it in her white lace lingerie, chosen by his stylist, not by her. Another reminder that even her skin wasn't fully hers tonight. She walked to the bathroom, turned on the shower until steam filled the room, stepped under the scalding spray and let it pound against her shoulders. The water was hot enough to hurt. She pressed her palms to the tile and closed her eyes. She would not cry. Not tonight, not ever in front of him. But alone in the steam, she allowed herself one quiet, shuddering breath. 1 year. She could survive 1 year, she had to. Because the alternative, letting Alexander Blackwood see her break, wasn't an option. Down the hall in the guest suite that felt too large and too empty, Alexander stood at the window, whiskey glass untouched. He stared at the city lights blurring below. His reflection stared back, sharp suit, sharp jaw, sharp eyes. And beneath it all, something he refused to acknowledge, the memory of her standing there in white lace and defiance, asking questions he had no intention of answering. He drained the glass in one swallow. Then he set it down hard enough to crack the silence. 1 year? He could control 1 year. He had to. Because the alternative, letting Ava Reynolds under his skin, was unthinkable. Chapter 3, Rules of His Mansion. The black SUV glided through the wrought iron gates like it belonged there, which Ava supposed it did now. She pressed her forehead to the tinted window as the long driveway curved upward through manicured lawns and ancient oaks. The house, no mansion, rose at the end like something carved from a dream she'd never asked to have. 3 stories of pale limestone, black-framed windows, sharp modern lines softened by ivy that had been trained to climb just so. Floodlights washed the facade in cool white. A fountain in the circular drive sent water arcing silently. The driver opened her door before she could reach for the handle. "Welcome home, Mrs. Blackwood," he said, voice neutral. Ava stepped out in jeans and a soft gray sweater, her own clothes finally after a week of stylists and fittings for the wedding. Her single suitcase sat beside her like an embarrassed guest. She looked up at the house. It stared back, impassive. Inside, the foyer swallowed sound. Double-height ceiling, black and white marble floor, a chandelier the size of a small car dripping crystals. A curved staircase swept upward on the right. To the left, arched doorways led to shadowed rooms. The air smelled of clean linen, faint cedar, and money. Alexander appeared at the top of the stairs. He'd changed since the wedding night, casual in dark jeans and a charcoal cashmere sweater that clung to the breadth of his shoulders. Barefoot. The sight of his bare feet on the cold marble struck her as oddly human. He descended without hurry. "You're early," he said. "My lease was up. No point dragging it out." He stopped 2 steps above her, looking down. "You could have waited until tomorrow. The staff would have collected your things." "I don't have staff," she replied. "I have a suitcase and a toothbrush. I can carry them myself." Something almost like amusement flickered in his eyes. Almost. "Come," he said, turning. "I'll show you the house." She followed him up the stairs, wheels of her suitcase thumping softly behind her. The second floor opened into a wide hallway lined with closed doors. He gestured left. "Library, gym, media room, guest suites." Right, "My office, private study, master wing." He didn't elaborate. Just kept walking until they reached a set of double doors at the end of the hall. He pushed them open. The master suite was larger than her old apartment. Sitting area with low gray sofas, a fireplace already laid but unlit, massive bed dressed in charcoal linens, windows that span the entire wall overlooking dark gardens and the distant city glow. Your room is through here. He opened a connecting door. Her suite was smaller but no less luxurious. Cream walls, king bed with pale blue duvet, walk-in closet already half-filled with clothes she hadn't chosen, en-suite bathroom in marble and brushed gold. A small balcony overlooked the same gardens. Adjacent, she noted dryly. Very convenient. Practical, he corrected. We'll need to appear as a couple in the mornings sometimes. Staff talk. Photographers occasionally get drones over the wall. Ava set her suitcase down. Right, the performance continues. He leaned one shoulder against the doorframe, arms crossed. Let's establish the rules. She straightened. I'm listening. Rule 1, no discussing the contract with anyone. Not staff, not friends, not your father. We're happily married. End of story. Fine. Rule 2, public appearances together when required. Galas, charity events, business dinners. You'll have a schedule sent to your phone tomorrow. She nodded. Rule 3, no overnight guests without prior approval, no unannounced visitors. Her eyebrows rose. You think I'm going to throw parties? I think I don't take chances. She crossed her arms, mirroring him. Rule 4. Privacy. This house is wired for security, not surveillance in private areas. But cameras cover entrances, grounds, common spaces. Don't be surprised if security reviews footage. Comforting. Rule 5, no touching unless we're in public or it's necessary for appearances. No casual contact. No expectations. Ava's pulse gave an annoying little jump. You already made that clear on our wedding night. Good, then we understand each other. She studied him. And what about you? Any rules for the great Alexander Blackwood? He pushed off the doorframe. I don't break my own rules. Lucky you. He turned to leave. Wait. He paused. She stepped closer. What if I need something? Groceries, a book, a drive into the city? Am I a prisoner here? His gaze flicked over her face. You're not a prisoner. You have a driver on call, a credit card with no limit. You can leave whenever you want during the day. Evenings we coordinate, security protocols. Security protocols, she echoed. Because you're so important. Because I'm a target, he said flatly, and now you are too. The words landed heavier than she expected. She swallowed. I didn't sign up to be a target. You signed up to be my wife. His voice softened just a fraction. That comes with consequences. Ava looked away toward the balcony doors. Night had fully fallen, the gardens were black shapes edged in silver moonlight. Fine, she said. One more thing. He waited. I cook, she told him. I clean up after myself. I don't want staff hovering every time I make coffee. I need normal. Somewhere in this museum. For a moment, he said nothing. Then, the kitchen is downstairs, fully stocked. Use it whenever you like. The staff will stay out of your way unless you call them. She met his eyes again. Thank you. He inclined his head, the smallest acknowledgement. I'll leave you to unpack. He was almost through the door when she spoke again. Alexander. He stopped. Do you ever stay here, in this house, or is it just a very expensive place to store your suits? He didn't turn. I'm here most nights. Work keeps me late. Sometimes I stay at the penthouse downtown. So I'll see you. Occasionally. She nodded, even though he couldn't see it. Good night. The door closed softly. Ava stood in the center of her new room, arms wrapped around herself. She walked to the balcony, pushed the doors open. Cool night air rushed in, carrying the scent of cut grass and distant rain. She leaned on the railing, staring at the dark expanse below. Somewhere in the house, a clock chimed midnight, 1 week down, 51 to go. She went back inside, opened her suitcase, and began hanging her clothes next to the designer pieces that already filled half the closet. Her faded jeans looked ridiculous beside the silk blouses and cashmere. She didn't care. She would wear them anyway. Later, after a shower that did nothing to wash away the strangeness of the day, she slipped between sheets that smelled faintly of lavender. The bed was too big, too quiet. She stared at the ceiling. Down the hall, she wondered if Alexander was doing the same. She doubted it. He probably had spreadsheets to review, contracts to sign, a world to conquer. While she had only one mission tonight, survive. She rolled onto her side, facing the connecting door. It stayed closed. She closed her eyes. Tomorrow she would explore the kitchen. Make coffee the way she liked it, strong, no foam, no fuss. Tomorrow she would find one small corner of this cold, beautiful prison that felt like hers. And tomorrow, maybe, just maybe, she would catch Alexander Blackwood off guard. Because if there was one thing Ava Reynolds knew how to do, it was refuse to disappear. Even in a house this big, even married to a man this cold. She smiled into the dark. Game on. Chapter 4: The Heartless Millionaire. The ballroom of the Meridian Hotel glittered like a jewel box someone had cracked open and forgotten to close. Crystal chandeliers dripped light across gold-trimmed walls. Black-tie guests moved in slow, expensive orbits, and the string quartet played something classical and unobtrusive, perfect background music for power deals disguised as small talk. Ava stood at the edge of the crowd in a floor-length emerald gown that hugged her body like liquid night. The slit-up one leg revealed just enough thigh to draw eyes. The neckline dipped low enough to remind everyone she wasn't invisible. Alexander's stylist had chosen it. Ava had almost refused, too bold, too exposed, but the mirror had shown her something she hadn't expected: power. She looked like she belonged, even if she didn't feel it. Alexander's hand rested lightly at the small of her back as they entered. The touch was calculated, firm enough for photos, light enough to disappear the moment the flash faded. He wore black tuxedo-like armor, crisp white shirt open at the collar by one button, cufflinks catching the light like tiny blades. Heads turned. Whispers followed. That's Blackwood's new wife. 6 weeks married, and already showing up at the biggest event of the quarter. She's stunning. Where did he find her? Ava kept her chin up, smile small and practiced. Alexander had drilled the basics in the car: smile, nod, don't contradict him, don't linger too long with anyone. Simple, merciless. They were stopped almost immediately by a silver-haired man in his 60s, Victor Langford, CEO of Langford Industries, one of the old guard companies Alexander was circling for acquisition. "Alexander," Langford boomed, clapping him on the shoulder. "Congratulations again on the wedding, and this must be the lovely Ava." Alexander inclined his head. "Victor, good to see you." Langford's eyes slid to Ava, appreciative. "You've been keeping her under wraps. Smart man." Ava extended her hand. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Langford." He took it, held it a beat too long. "The pleasure's mine. Tell me, Ava, how did a beauty like you end up with this cold fish?" She laughed softly, the sound light. "He has his moments." Alexander's fingers flexed against her spine, barely noticeable. Warning. Possession, she couldn't tell. Langford chuckled. He must, otherwise you'd have run screaming by now. He leaned closer, conspiratorial. Word is he's got ice in his veins. Never seen him crack a real smile. You must be special. Ava felt the shift before Alexander spoke. She's my wife, he said, voice low, even. That's enough. Langford raised both hands in mock surrender. Of course, no offense meant. His gaze flicked back to Ava. You're doing wonders for his image already. The board loves a settled man. Alexander's smile was thin, sharp. We aim to please. They moved on. Ava waited until they were out of earshot. You didn't have to snap at him. I didn't snap. You might as well have. He guided her toward the bar, hand never leaving her back. Langford's fishing. He wants to know if the marriage is real or strategic. The less he knows, the better. So you humiliate me in front of him instead. Alexander stopped, turned her slightly so they faced each other out of the main flow of traffic. His eyes were storm dark. I protected the narrative, he said quietly. That's the job. Your job, she corrected, not mine. You signed the same contract I did. I signed to save my father, not to be your prop. A muscle ticked in his jaw. You look beautiful tonight. Everyone's noticed. That's useful. The compliment landed like a slap wrapped in silk. Ava searched his face. Useful. Yes. She stepped back, forcing his hand to drop. Then let's make myself useful. Before he could respond, she turned and walked toward a cluster of women near the dessert table, wives and daughters of the old money set. She smiled, introduced herself, laughed at their small jokes about wedding planning and honeymoon destinations she'd never had. Alexander watched from across the room, glass of scotch untouched in his hand. 20 minutes later, the music shifted, slower, more intimate. Couples drifted to the dance floor. Alexander appeared at her side like smoke. Dance with me, he said. Not a request. Ava set her champagne flute down. Why? Because people are watching. She let him lead her to the floor. His hand settled at her waist, hers on his shoulder. The other hands clasped. They moved into the waltz as if they'd practiced for years. He was a good dancer, precise, controlled, leading without effort. She matched him step for step, refusing to let him dictate everything. You're angry, he murmured, close enough that only she could hear. I'm fine. You're not. She met his gaze. You humiliated me in front of Langford, made it sound like I'm some decoration you picked up to polish your image. His fingers tightened fractionally on her waist. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? That you're disarming. People don't expect it. They underestimate you. That's an advantage. Ava's breath caught. You think I'm an advantage? I think you're more dangerous than they realize. The words hung between them, intimate in a way his touch was. She looked away, over his shoulder. I'm not here to play games with your enemies. You're here to play the part, he reminded her, and you're doing it exceptionally well. The song ended. Applause rippled around them. They stepped apart. A photographer appeared, flash, flash. Alexander slid his arm around her waist again, pulling her close for the shot. His lips brushed her temple, brief, staged. The photographer moved on. Ava pulled away the second the camera was gone. I need air, she said. He didn't stop her. She slipped through a side door onto a balcony overlooking the city. Cool night air hit her like a slap. She gripped the railing, breathing hard. Footsteps behind her. Alexander. You shouldn't be out here alone, he said. I'm not alone now, am I? He stopped beside her, hands in his pockets. I didn't mean to hurt you in there. Ava laughed, short, bitter. You didn't hurt me, you embarrassed me, there's a difference. A silence stretched, then, I'm not good at this. At what being married, being human? At letting people see anything real. She turned to face him. Then why marry at all? Why not hire an actress? Someone who'd smile and nod and never ask questions. Because actresses break character, he said quietly. You don't. You hate this enough to make it believable. Ava stared at him. He looked out over the city. Langford was testing me. If I'd been too soft, he'd have smelled weakness. If I'd been too harsh on you, he'd have questioned the marriage. I walked the line. You walked over me. His jaw tightened. I'm sorry. The apology was so unexpected she almost laughed again. He glanced at her. I mean it. Ava studied his profile, the hard lines, the shadows under his eyes that hadn't been there at the wedding. You don't apologize often, do you? Almost never. Then why now? Because you're my wife, he said simply. Even if it's temporary, I don't want you miserable. She swallowed, too late for that. He exhaled, I know. They stood in silence, city lights glittering below like fallen stars. Finally, Ava spoke, take me home. He nodded. In the car, they sat on opposite sides of the back seat. No words, no touch. When they reached the mansion, he walked her to her door. Good night, Ava. She paused, hand on the knob. You didn't have to come after me on the balcony. I did. Why? He hesitated long enough that she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, because for a second out there, you looked like you might actually leave. Her heart stuttered. He stepped back. I can't afford that, not yet. She searched his face. That's the only reason. His gaze dropped to her mouth, then back up. That's the only reason I'm admitting to. He turned and walked down the hall. Ava slipped inside her room, closed the door, and leaned against it. Her pulse was too fast, her skin too warm. She touched her temple where his lips had brushed, staged, yes, but the memory lingered. She hated him. She hated how he made her feel seen and invisible at once. Most of all, she hated that part of her, small, traitorous, wanted him to come back and finish whatever unspoken thing had started on that balcony. She kicked off her heels, unzipped the gown, let it fall. Tomorrow she would be stronger. Tomorrow she would remember the rules. Tonight she let herself feel the burn. Chapter 5. Tears Behind Closed Doors. The mansion was quiet after midnight. The kind of quiet that amplified every small sound. The tick of the grandfather clock in the foyer, the distant hum of the HVAC, the soft creak of floorboards settling under invisible weight. Ava had learned its rhythms in the 2 weeks since moving in. She knew which stairs groaned, which doors sighed when opened slowly, how the moonlight sliced through the tall windows in her room like silver knives. Tonight the silence felt heavier. She sat on the edge of her bed in an oversized t-shirt and soft cotton shorts, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them. The emerald gown from the gala lay in a careless heap on the chaise lounge across the room, beautiful, expensive, ruined by the memory of Alexander's voice cutting through the ballroom like a blade. Useful. The word kept replaying, each loop twisting the knife a little deeper. She hadn't cried in front of him. Not once. Not on their wedding night, when he'd laid out the rules like bullet points on a presentation slide. Not when he'd moved her into this beautiful cage with its marble counters and silk sheets. Not even tonight when he'd apologized, actually apologized, and then walked away like it was nothing more than a transaction adjustment. But now, alone, the dam cracked. The first tear slipped hot down her cheek. She swiped it away angrily. Another followed, then another. She pressed the heels of her hands to her eyes, trying to force them back. "Stop it," she whispered to the empty room. "You knew what this was. You signed the damn paper." But knowing didn't stop the ache. She thought of her father, how his face had lit up when she told him she was marrying a wonderful man who wants to help the family. How he'd hugged her so tightly she could feel his heartbeat, steady and trusting. How he'd said, "You deserve this, sweetheart, someone who sees how special you are." A sob escaped, small, choked. She curled tighter, forehead to her knees. The memory shifted to the gala. The way heads had turned when they entered. The way women's eyes had lingered on Alexander, hungry, assessing. The way men had looked at her like she was a prize he'd won. And Alexander's hand at her back, guiding, claiming, but never warming. "You're more dangerous than they realize." His words from the balcony echoed now, mocking, dangerous. She felt anything but. She felt small. Used, invisible in the one place she should have mattered most. The tears came faster. Silent at first, then ragged. She bit her lip hard enough to taste copper, refusing to let the sound carry down the hall. He didn't get to hear this. He didn't get to know how deeply his indifference cut. She slid off the bed to the floor, back against the mattress, legs stretched out. The carpet was thick, plush, but it couldn't cushion the hollow in her chest. "Why did I say yes?" She whispered to the dark, because her father would have lost everything. Because the store would have closed, the house foreclosed, the legacy her grandfather built brick by brick reduced to auction listings. Because she'd looked into Alexander's storm-gray eyes and seen no mercy, and still chosen to stand in front of the storm rather than let it swallow her family. She'd chosen survival, but survival hurt. She let herself cry properly then, quiet, shuddering sobs that shook her shoulders. She pressed a fist to her mouth to muffle them, tears soaking the sleeve of her shirt. Minutes passed, maybe 10, maybe 20. Eventually, the storm inside her eased to a slow, steady drip. She wiped her face with the hem of her shirt, breathing deep and deliberate. "Okay," she said aloud, voice hoarse. "Enough." She pushed to her feet, walked to the bathroom, splashed cold water on her swollen eyes. The mirror showed a woman with red-rimmed lids and flushed cheeks, but the same stubborn set to her jaw she'd always had. She wasn't broken. Not yet. She returned to the bedroom, picked up the gown, and hung it carefully in the closet, not because it deserved care, but because folding it into a drawer felt like admitting defeat. Then she went to the small desk by the window. A notebook sat there, one she'd brought from her old apartment. Plain black cover, half filled with grocery lists, to-do items, random thoughts. She opened it to a fresh page, picked up a pen, and began to write. Day 14. Rules still in place. He still thinks he's in control. Tonight he called me useful, like I'm a spreadsheet line item. It hurt more than I expected. She paused, pen hovering, but I'm not useful, I'm necessary. He needs me for his image, his boardroom optics, his carefully constructed life. Without me, the cracks show. And I'm starting to see them too. She wrote faster now. I won't break. I won't beg for scraps of kindness. I won't disappear into his world. If he wants a wife for show, he'll get one, but on my terms. I'll smile in public. I'll dance when required. I'll look perfect on his arm, but in private, I stay Ava. The girl who grew up counting pennies, fixing leaky faucets, laughing too loud at bad jokes. The girl who does fold. She underlined the last sentence twice. I promise myself I will not break. She closed the notebook. Set the pen down, crossed to the balcony doors and pushed them open. The night air was cool, scented with jasmine from the garden below. Stars pierced the sky above the city haze. Ava leaned on the railing, breathing in the quiet. Somewhere down the hall, Alexander was probably still awake, reviewing reports, answering emails, pretending the world could be controlled with enough spreadsheets and distance. She pictured him sitting at his desk, sleeves rolled up, jaw tight, the faint line between his brows that appeared when he was thinking too hard. For a second, just one, she wondered what it would feel like to walk down that hall, knock on his door, and ask him why he built walls so high even he couldn't see over them. She dismissed the thought immediately. That wasn't part of the contract. And she wasn't stupid enough to care. Still, she looked toward the connecting door between their suites. It remained closed, always closed. She turned back to the night. "I'm still here," she whispered to the stars, "and I'm not going anywhere until the year is up." A small, fierce smile curved her lips. Then she went inside, closed the doors, climbed into bed, and for the first time since moving in, fell asleep without staring at the ceiling. Down the hall in the master suite, Alexander sat in the dark. He hadn't turned on the lamp. He hadn't opened his laptop. He sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on knees, staring at the carpet. He'd heard her, not the words, not the sobs, those had been too quiet, too contained, but he'd heard the silence break. The faint hitch of breath. The muffled sound of pain. He stood in the hallway outside her door for almost a full minute, hand raised to knock, then lowered it, walked away, because knocking would mean admitting he cared. And he didn't, he couldn't. He repeated the mantra until it felt like truth. Then he lay back on the bed, still fully dressed, and stared at the ceiling. The house was too quiet, and for the first time in years, the quiet bothered him. Chapter 6. The Woman from His Past. The kitchen smelled of fresh coffee and cinnamon at 7:15 a.m., ordinary, defiant smells in a house built for grandeur. Ava stood at the island in yoga pants and a faded university hoodie, hair in a messy topknot, stirring oatmeal on the stove. She declaimed this space in the last 3 weeks, early mornings when the staff hadn't yet arrived, when the mansion still felt half asleep. She liked the quiet clink of the spoon, the hiss of the kettle, the way sunlight slanted through the tall windows and turned the marble counters gold. She was halfway through her second cup when the front door opened, not the service entrance. The main entrance, grand double doors that rarely swung wide before noon. Heels clicked across marble. Sharp, confident, expensive. Ava froze, spoon suspended. A woman's voice floated through the foyer, low, melodic, familiar in a way that made Ava's stomach tighten even before she saw her. "Darling, you really should tell your security I'm still on the list. They made me wait at the gate like some delivery girl." Alexander's voice answered, cool, controlled, but with an edge Ava hadn't heard before. "Elena, I wasn't expecting you." Ava set the spoon down quietly. She didn't move, didn't breathe. Elena. The name had appeared in tabloid headlines years ago. Blackwood's fiancé calls off engagement. Sources say she broke his heart, but Alexander never spoke of her. Not once. Now she was here. Ava edged toward the arched doorway that separated the kitchen from the foyer, staying just out of sight. Elena was everything the photos had promised and more. Tall, willowy, platinum hair swept into a sleek chignon, wearing a cream silk blouse tucked into high-waisted trousers the color of midnight. Red lipstick. Diamond studs that caught the light like accusations. She moved like she still owned the house. Alexander stood at the base of the staircase, arms crossed, expression unreadable. "You look well," Elena said, tilting her head. "Still breaking hearts, I assume." "Still dramatic, I see," he replied. She laughed, soft, intimate. The sound crawled under Ava's skin. "I was in the city for a shoot. Thought I'd stop by, see how married life is treating you." Her gaze flicked around the foyer, lingering on the new vase of white lilies Ava had placed there yesterday. "It's different, cozier." Alexander didn't smile. What do you want, Alina? She stepped closer, too close. Her hand brushed his sleeve, casual, familiar, to talk, privately. Ava's fingers curled into fists. Alexander glanced toward the kitchen doorway. For one heartbeat, their eyes met through the shadowed arch. His expression didn't change, but something flickered, warning, regret. It was gone before she could read it. He looked back at Alina. The study, 5 minutes. Alina's smile was triumphant. I'll wait. She glided past him toward the hallway that led to his private office. Alexander remained where he was. Ava stepped into view. He turned fully toward her. Silence stretched thick, electric. She's beautiful, Ava said quietly. No accusation, just fact. Alexander exhaled through his nose. She's unexpected. Is she staying for breakfast? No. Ava nodded once. Good, because I only made enough oatmeal for one. His mouth twitched, almost a smile, almost pain. Ava. Don't, she held up a hand. You don't owe me explanations. This is a contract, she's your past. I'm temporary staff. His jaw tightened. That's not. Go talk to her, Ava cut in. I have coffee to finish. She turned back to the stove, shoulders rigid. Behind her, she heard his footsteps retreat down the hall. The study door closed with a soft click. Ava gripped the counter until her knuckles whitened. She told herself it didn't matter. Alina was history. Alexander had chosen the marriage for optics, for control, for whatever cold calculation drove him. He hadn't looked at Alina with heat. He hadn't smiled. He de-looked, guarded. But the familiarity between them had been palpable. The way Alina touched his sleeve like she'd done it 1,000 times. The way he hadn't immediately pulled away. Ava poured the rest of her coffee down the sink. Appetite gone. She rinsed the mug, set it in the drainer, and walked upstairs without looking back. In her room, she closed the door, locked it, leaned against it. Jealousy wasn't supposed to feel like this, sharp, irrational, burning low in her belly. She had no claim on him, no right to care. And yet, she crossed to the connecting door between their suites, pressed her palm flat against the wood. On the other side, she could hear faint voices, muffled, impossible to make out words. Alina's laugh once. Alexander's low murmur in response. Ava pulled her hand away like she'd been burned. She went to her closet, pulled out running shoes and a jacket. She needed air, distance, anything but this suffocating house. Down the back stairs, through the service corridor, out the side door into the gardens. The morning was crisp, grass still damp with dew. She started jogging along the perimeter path, slow at first, then faster, pushing until her lungs burned and her thoughts blurred. She didn't hear him approach. When she rounded the rose arbor and slowed to a walk, Alexander was there, hands in his pockets, coatless despite the chill, watching her. She stopped. Sweat cooled on her skin. Her chest rose and fell too fast. He spoke first. She's gone. Ava wiped her forehead with her sleeve. Already. She wanted to reminisce. I didn't. Ava looked away, toward the distant city skyline. You didn't have to come find me. I did. She met his gaze. Why? Because you looked like you were going to run. I was running, literally. His lips pressed into a thin line. You don't have to pretend it didn't affect you. I'm not pretending. She stepped closer, close enough to see the tension in his shoulders, the shadow under his eyes. I'm allowed to feel things, Alexander, even if they're inconvenient, even if they're not in the contract. He studied her face. Alina and I ended badly. Years ago, she left because I wouldn't give her what she wanted. Which was everything. His voice was flat. My time, my attention, my heart, I didn't have it to give. Ava searched his eyes. And now nothing's changed. The words should have comforted her. They didn't. She nodded slowly. Okay. He reached out, hesitant, almost uncertain, and brushed a damp strand of hair from her cheek. The touch was feather-light, gone in a second, but it lingered. Ava's breath caught. He dropped his hand. I don't want her here. I don't want her in this house, in our arrangement. The word hung between them, small, dangerous. Ava swallowed. Then tell security to take her off the list. I already did. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. He stepped back. Come inside, you're shivering. She followed him back to the house, side by side, not touching. In the foyer, he paused. Thank you, he said quietly, for not making a scene. Ava looked up at him. I don't do scenes, I do oatmeal, and apparently jealousy. His gaze softened, just a fraction. Noted. She started up the stairs. At the landing, she turned. Alexander. He looked up. Next time she shows up unannounced, let me answer the door. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. Deal. She disappeared down the hall. In her room, she stripped off the damp clothes, stepped into a hot shower, and let the water pound against her skin. Jealousy still simmered, low, stubborn, but beneath it something new flickered. He'd come after her. He'd touched her face. He said our. And for the first time, the connecting door between their rooms didn't feel quite so solidly closed. Chapter 7. A Dangerous Misunderstanding. The rain started just after lunch, slow at first, then sudden and relentless, drumming against the mansion's tall windows like impatient fingers. Ava watched it from the library, curled in one of the deep leather armchairs with a book she wasn't reading. The words blurred. Her mind kept drifting to the garden path 2 days earlier, to Alexander's fingertips brushing her cheek, to the single word hour that had slipped out like an accident he couldn't take back. She hadn't seen him much since. He'd been gone before dawn yesterday, back late. A quick nod in the hallway at midnight, his tie loosened, eyes shadowed. No words, no touch. Just the ghost of awareness that followed him down the corridor and lingered in her chest long after his door closed. The doorbell chimed, sharp, unexpected. Ava set the book aside. The staff usually handled visitors, but it was Saturday. Most of them had the afternoon off. She padded barefoot across the marble foyer, curious more than concerned. Through the peephole, Daniel. Her oldest friend from college, tall, easy smile, rain-soaked hoodie, and a paper bag that smelled faintly of Thai takeout even from here. He waved when he saw the shadow move behind the glass. Ava opened the door. Daniel, what are you doing here? He grinned, water dripping from his dark curls. Surprise inspection. Heard you were living in a palace now. Figured I'd bring pad thai and see if they'd let a peasant through the gates. She laughed, real, surprised, and stepped aside. Get in here before you drown. He kicked off his wet sneakers in the foyer, eyes widening as he took in the space. Holy hell, Ava, this place is insane. You sure you're not in witness protection? Close enough, she muttered, closing the door. Come on, kitchen's this way. I'll make tea or something warm. They walked through the house together, Daniel's socks leaving faint, wet prints on the marble. He whistled low at the kitchen, gleaming appliances, double islands, the view of rain-lashed gardens through floor-to-ceiling glass. You cook in here? He asked, setting the takeout bag down. Every morning. It's the only room that doesn't feel like a museum. He hopped onto a bar stool. So, married life, spill. Ava filled the kettle, avoiding his eyes. It's contractual. Daniel's smile faded a little. You okay? I'm surviving. She turned, leaning against the counter. It's not what you think, no romance, no drama, just terms. He studied her. You look tired. Thanks. Seriously, you've got that 1,000-yard stare, like you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. She exhaled, maybe I am. Daniel reached across the island, squeezed her hand. You don't have to do this alone, you know, if you need an out. The sound of a car door slamming cut him off. Ava straightened. He's home early. Footsteps in the foyer, quick, purposeful. Alexander appeared in the arched doorway, still in his overcoat, rain glistening on the wool. His gaze flicked from Ava to Daniel, then back. Expression unreadable. Daniel, Ava said quickly, this is Alexander, my husband. Daniel slid off the stool, offering a hand. Hey man, good to meet you, heard a lot about you. Alexander shook it, brief, firm. Daniel, his voice was even, too even. Friend from college. Yeah, we used to pull all-nighters in the engineering lab. Figured I'd drop by, bring food, check on her. Alexander's eyes slid to the paper bag, then to their joined hands, Daniel's still resting lightly on Ava's forearm from when he'd squeezed it earlier. Something shifted in the air. Subtle, dangerous. Nice of you, Alexander said, unannounced. Daniel shrugged, easy. Didn't want to make it weird with scheduling. She's my best friend, I just show up. Alexander's jaw flexed. Security should have called. They tried, Daniel said. I told them I was family. Ava felt the temperature drop 10 degrees. Family, Alexander repeated softly. Daniel laughed, nervous now. You know what I mean, old friend, practically brother. Alexander looked at Ava. You didn't mention a visitor. I didn't know he was coming, she said, keeping her voice steady. It's fine, he's leaving soon. Daniel raised both hands. Hey, no drama. I'll eat my pad thai in the car if that's better. No, Ava said sharply. You're not eating in the rain. Alexander's gaze never left her. Perhaps we should discuss this privately. Daniel glanced between them. I can go. Stay, Ava said, then to Alexander. There's nothing to discuss. He's a friend. He brought food, that's it. Alexander's eyes darkened. And you let him in without checking with me. I don't need permission to have a friend over. You do when it's my house. Daniel cleared his throat. Okay, I'm gonna. Alexander cut him off. How long have you two known each other? Since freshman year, Daniel answered. Why? Alexander's smile was thin, cold. Curious, you seem comfortable. Ava stepped forward. Stop it. Alexander ignored her, eyes on Daniel. You come here often. First time, Daniel said. Look, man, I'm not here to cause trouble, just wanted to see her. You saw her. Alexander's voice was low, lethal. Now leave. Ava's breath caught. Alexander. He turned to her fully. We have rules, no unannounced visitors, no overnight guests without approval. You agreed. He's not staying, he's eating lunch. In my kitchen, with my wife. The possessiveness in his tone hit like a slap. Daniel moved toward the door. I'm out. Ava, call me later. She grabbed his arm. You don't have to. Alexander's voice sliced through. Let him go. Daniel looked at her, worried, apologetic, then slipped past Alexander and out. The front door closed. Silence crashed in. Ava rounded on him. What the hell was that? Alexander removed his coat, hung it methodically on the rack by the door. You invited a man into this house without telling me. I didn't invite him, he showed up. And even if I had, it's not your business who my friends are. It is when it compromises security, when it looks like. Like what? she demanded. He stepped closer, like you're already looking for the exit. Ava laughed, sharp, incredulous. You think Daniel and I are, what, having an affair, in the middle of the afternoon with pad thai? I think you're lonely, he said quietly. And he's familiar, and I walked in on him touching you. He squeezed my hand, like a friend, because I look tired, because I am. Alexander's eyes searched hers, and you didn't pull away. I didn't have to. There was nothing to pull away from. He exhaled, running a hand through damp hair. I came home to find another man in my kitchen, laughing with my wife, touching her, after Alina. After Alina what? Ava stepped into his space. After your ex showed up uninvited and you let her. After you talked to her behind closed doors. After you brushed it off like it was nothing. That was different. How? She's not a threat. Ava stared at him, and Daniel is. Alexander didn't answer immediately. Then, low, I don't know what he is. I only know I walked in and felt. He stopped. Felt what? She pressed, his gaze locked on hers. Like I was losing something I didn't realize I wanted to keep. The confession hung between them, raw, unintended. Ava's heart slammed against her ribs. You accused me of betrayal, she said softly. In front of my friend, you humiliated me. Again. Alexander closed his eyes for a second. I overreacted. You think. I'm not good at this, he said, echoing words he'd spoken on their wedding night. Trust, sharing space, seeing someone else in what's supposed to be ours. There it was again, ours, Ava swallowed. Then say that, don't accuse me of things I'd never do. He opened his eyes. I'm sorry. The second apology in as many weeks. She searched his face, tense jaw, shadowed eyes, the faint tremor in his hands he tried to hide by shoving them into his pockets. You're jealous, she realized. He didn't deny it. Ava stepped closer, close enough to feel the heat radiating off him, the faint scent of rain and cologne. I'm not leaving you for Daniel, she said quietly. I'm not leaving at all, not until the year is up. That's the deal. His gaze dropped to her mouth, and after we walk away, clean, like the contract says. Something flickered in his eyes, regret, hunger, pain. He reached out slowly, fingertips grazing her wrist, not grabbing, asking. Ava didn't pull away. His thumb brushed the inside of her wrist, slow circle, deliberate, her breath hitched. I don't want clean, he murmured. Not anymore. The words stole the air from the room. Before she could respond, he stepped back, abrupt, like he'd burned himself. I'll be in my office, he said, voice rough. If you want to talk, really talk. He walked away. Ava stood frozen in the kitchen, pulse roaring, wrist tingling where he'd touched her. The rain kept falling. And for the first time, the connecting door between their rooms didn't feel like a barrier. It felt like an invitation. Chapter 8, the first crack in his armor. The press conference was scheduled for 11:00 a.m. sharp in the Blackwood Ventures headquarters atrium, a soaring glass and steel space designed to impress, intimidate, and remind everyone who walked in that they were in the presence of power. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the city skyline. A sleek podium stood on a low platform, flanked by massive screens displaying the company logo in minimalist black and silver. Reporters, analysts, and a few select shareholders filled the rows of chairs. Cameras clicked and whirred like insects. Ava sat in the front row, legs crossed, hands folded in her lap. She wore a tailored navy blazer over a cream silk blouse, slim trousers, heels that made her legs look endless, every inch the polished executive wife. Alexander's team had chosen the outfit. She hadn't argued. Today wasn't about comfort, it was about performance. Alexander stood at the podium now, fielding questions with the calm precision of a man who had never once been caught off guard. "Mr. Blackwood, the acquisition of Langford Industries. Can you confirm the timeline?" Q3 closing remains on track. Concerns about antitrust scrutiny. Unfounded. We've worked closely with regulators. Then came the shift. A woman in the third row stood, mid-30s, sharp bob, microphone in hand like a weapon. "Mr. Blackwood, moving on to personal matters. Your marriage to Ava Reynolds has been the subject of considerable speculation. Sources close to the family say the union was rushed, possibly motivated by business interests rather than affection. Care to comment on rumors that this is a marriage of convenience to bolster your image ahead of the Langford deal?" The room stilled. Alexander's expression didn't change. He leaned slightly forward, hands braced on the podium. "My personal life is not the subject of this briefing," he said evenly. "Next question." The reporter didn't sit. "With respect, sir, the optics matter. You've positioned yourself as a stable family man to appeal to conservative shareholders. If the marriage is perceived as transactional—" I said next question. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Phones lifted higher. Another reporter jumped in. "Mrs. Blackwood is here today. Perhaps she could address the speculation directly." All eyes turned to Ava. Alexander's gaze flicked to her, brief, warning, "Stay silent." But Ava felt the heat rising in her chest. The same heat she'd felt at the gala when he'd called her useful. The same heat that had burned when Alina appeared in their foyer like she still belonged there. The same heat that had flared yesterday when he'd accused her of betrayal over pad thai and a friend's hand on her arm. She stood. The room quieted instantly. Alexander's eyes narrowed, a silent don't. Ava ignored him. She stepped onto the platform without being invited, heels clicking with deliberate calm. She stopped beside him, close enough that their arms brushed. She didn't touch him. She didn't need to. She faced the reporters. "My name is Ava Blackwood," she said clearly, "and I'd like to address the question." Alexander tensed beside her. She continued, voice steady, carrying without effort. "You're asking if my marriage is convenient, if it's a transaction, if I'm here to polish my husband's image." She paused, letting the words settle. "Let me be clear, I married Alexander because I chose to, not because I was paid, not because of a boardroom deal. Because when he asked, when he laid out every cold, calculated term, I looked at him and said yes anyway." A ripple of surprise moved through the crowd. She turned slightly, meeting Alexander's eyes for the first time since stepping up. His expression was unreadable, but his pupils had dilated, just a fraction. "He's not perfect," she continued, addressing the room again. "He's guarded, he's ruthless in business. He doesn't suffer fools, and he rarely explains himself. But he's also the man who forgave a 3-generation family debt without ever asking for public credit. The man who made sure my father never knew how close he came to losing everything. The man who, despite every wall he's built, still shows up every single day, even when it costs him control." She let that hang. "So yes," she said, softer now, "this marriage may have started with terms on paper, but it's real to me. And if you want to question motives, question mine. I'm the one who walked into his world knowing exactly what I was signing. And I'm still here." Silence, then a smattering of applause, tentative at first, then louder. Alexander didn't move, didn't speak. The reporter who'd started it all sat down slowly. Ava turned to him, private now, just for him. "I'm done," she murmured. She stepped off the platform. The moderator jumped in quickly, redirecting to safer topics. Ava returned to her seat, pulse hammering. She didn't look at Alexander again until the conference ended 20 minutes later. He found her in the private elevator bank backstage. Empty, mirrored walls reflecting them both. He stepped inside with her, the doors closed. Silence. Then he spoke, voice low. "You didn't have to do that." "As I know." "You just painted a target on your back. They'll dig harder now." "I let them." He turned to face her fully. "Why?" Ava met his gaze. "Because I'm tired of watching people tear at you like you're nothing more than a headline. Because you don't defend yourself. Ever. And someone had to." His throat worked. "I don't need defending." "Maybe not, but you deserve it." Something cracked in his expression, small, almost imperceptible. The ice thinned. He stepped closer. The elevator hummed upward. "You called me your husband," he said quietly. "Not in public, in truth." "I did." "You said it's real to you." Ava's heart stuttered. "It is, more than I expected." He reached out slow, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. His fingers brushed her jaw, tilting her face up. Not a kiss, not yet, just touch, deliberate, reverent. "Thank you," he whispered. The elevator dinged. Doors opened onto the executive floor. He dropped his hand, but the warmth lingered. They walked side by side down the corridor, close enough that their arms brushed with every step. For the first time, he didn't pull away. And for the first time, Ava didn't feel like she was performing. She felt seen. Chapter 9, A Small Act of Kindness. The storm hit just after midnight, thunder that rattled the windows, lightning that turned the bedroom white for split seconds, rain lashing the glass like it wanted in. Ava woke to the sound of it, heart already racing before she knew why. She lay still, listening. Then she heard it, a low, ragged cough from the other side of the connecting door. Once, twice. Then silence that felt wrong. She sat up, sheets pooling around her waist. The clock on the nightstand glowed 17 a.m. Another cough, deeper this time, followed by the faint creak of bed springs. Ava slipped out of bed, bare feet silent on the carpet. She hesitated at the connecting door, palm flat against the wood, ear pressed close. Nothing for a long moment. Then a muffled groan, low and pained. She didn't knock. She turned the knob slowly. It wasn't locked. The master suite was dark except for the faint blue glow of the city through the rain-streaked windows. Alexander lay on top of the covers, still in the black dress shirt and trousers from whatever late meeting had kept him out until after 11. Tie discarded on the floor. One arm thrown over his eyes, the other curled against his chest like he was trying to hold himself together. He didn't move when the door opened. Maybe he didn't hear. Ava stepped inside. The air smelled of fever, hot skin, stale sweat, the sharp metallic edge of sickness. His breathing was shallow, uneven. She crossed to the bed. "Alexander." No answer. She reached out, hesitated, then pressed the back of her hand to his forehead. He was burning. He flinched at the touch, small, instinctive, then stilled. His eyes cracked open, glassy, unfocused. "Ava." Voice cracked, rough. "You're sick." He tried to sit up. Failed. Dropped back with a grunt. "It's nothing, just overdid it." "You're on fire." He closed his eyes again. "I'll be fine, go back to bed." She didn't move. Instead, she turned, walked to the ensuite bathroom, ran cold water over a washcloth, wrung it out, came back and sat on the edge of the mattress. He cracked one eye. "What are you doing?" "Helping." She folded the cloth, laid it gently across his forehead. He sucked in a breath at the cold, then exhaled slowly, tension easing just a fraction. "You don't have to," he rasped. "I know." She adjusted the cloth, smoothing it over his skin. His hair was damp at the temples, dark strands clinging. Without thinking, she brushed them back. He caught her wrist, loose grip, no strength behind it. She froze. He didn't let go, just held. Thumb resting over her pulse point. "You should be sleeping," he murmured. "So should you." Another cough shook him, deep, painful. He turned his face into the pillow until it passed. Ava waited it out, then reached for the water glass on the nightstand. Half full. She held it to his lips. "Drink." He obeyed, slow sips, throat working. When he finished, she set the glass down. He watched her through heavy lids. "Why are you doing this?" "Because you're sick, and you're alone." "I'm always alone." The words slipped out quiet, unguarded. Fever made his filters thin. Ava's chest tightened. "Not tonight," she said softly. She stood, went to the closet, found a fresh t-shirt, soft gray cotton, one of his, brought it back. "Can you sit up?" He tried, managed with a grimace. She helped him unbutton the dress shirt, fingers careful, clinical, didn't linger, didn't look too long at the broad planes of his chest, the faint scars along his ribs she'd never asked about. She slid the damp shirt off his shoulders, helped him into the clean one. He let her. When the last button was done, he caught her hand again, this time both of his around hers. "Thank you," he whispered. She squeezed back. "Lie down." He did. She pulled the duvet up over him, tucking it around his shoulders like she used to do for her dad when he had the flu. Then she went to the armchair across the room, dragged it closer to the bed, sat. "What are you doing?" he asked, voice already thicker with sleep. "Staying." "You don't have to." "I want to." He studied her for a long moment, eyes fever-bright, searching, then he closed them. Minutes passed. The storm raged outside. His breathing evened, still rough but steadier. Ava watched him sleep. The hard lines of his face softened in unconsciousness. The crease between his brows eased. He looked younger, vulnerable, human. She leaned her head back against the chair, pulled her knees up, wrapped her arms around them. She didn't sleep. She listened to the rain, listened to him breathe. At some point, maybe 3, maybe 4, he stirred, murmured something incoherent. She leaned forward. "What?" His eyes fluttered open, found hers. "You're still here." "I said I would be." A ghost of a smile touched his mouth, weak but real. "You're stubborn." "You're sick." He exhaled a laugh that turned into a cough. She was there instantly, hand on his shoulder, steadying him until it passed. When he settled, he reached for her hand again. This time he threaded their fingers together, held on. Ava didn't pull away. She sat like that, hand in his, thumb stroking slow circles over his knuckles until his grip slackened in sleep. She didn't let go. Dawn crept in gray and wet. The rain slowed to a drizzle. Alexander's fever had broken sometime in the early hours, skin cooler, breathing deeper. Ava's neck ached from the chair, eyes gritty from no sleep. She carefully disentangled her hand. He didn't wake. She stood, stretched, rolled her shoulders, looked down at him one last time. He looked peaceful. She turned to leave. At the door she paused. "Good morning, Alexander," she whispered. Then she slipped back into her own room, closed the connecting door softly behind her. She crawled into her own bed, sheets cool against her overheated skin, and closed her eyes. Sleep came fast, and in the quiet between dreams she felt the ghost of his hand in hers. Warm, real, not part of any contract. Chapter 10, His Silent Stare. The days after the fever felt different, not louder, not brighter, just heavier. Like the air itself carried the memory of that long night in his room, the cold cloth on his forehead, the slow circles of her thumb over his knuckles, the way she'd stayed until dawn without being asked. Alexander noticed everything now. He noticed how Ava always entered rooms quietly, as if testing whether she was welcome. How she tucked one foot under her when she read on the living room sofa. How she hummed under her breath when she thought no one could hear, old folk songs from her childhood, soft and slightly off-key. He noticed her hair in the morning light, dark strands catching gold when she stood at the kitchen island pouring coffee. He noticed the faint freckles across her nose that only appeared after she'd been outside in the sun for more than 10 minutes. He noticed the way her lips pressed together when she was thinking hard, the small crease between her brows that mirrored his own when he was frustrated. He noticed her, and he couldn't stop. It started small. A glance across the breakfast bar while she scrolled her phone and he pretended to read emails. She'd look up, catch him watching, and he'd hold her gaze for one beat longer than necessary before dropping his eyes back to the screen. Then longer glances. In the hallway late at night, her heading to her room in soft pajamas, him coming from the study with his tie undone. Their eyes would meet, and neither would look away immediately. The silence stretched, thick with things neither of them said. At dinner, rare nights when they both ate at the same table instead of in separate rooms. She'd talk about something trivial, a book she was reading, a funny email from her father, the way the roses in the garden were finally blooming despite the late spring chill. He'd listen, really listen. And when she finished, instead of changing the subject or excusing himself, he'd just watch her. Eyes tracing the curve of her smile, the way her hands moved when she spoke, the light catching in her irises. She noticed him noticing. One evening, she set her fork down mid-sentence. "You're staring," she said quietly. He didn't deny it. "I know." "Why?" He leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming once against the tablecloth. "Because I'm trying to figure you out." Ava tilted her head. "I'm not that complicated." "You're the most complicated thing in my life right now." She laughed, soft, surprised. "That's saying something, considering you run a multi-billion-dollar company." "Companies follow rules, people don't." She studied him across the candlelight. "And what rule am I breaking?" "You're making me look at you," he said simply. "Really look, and I can't seem to stop." Her breath caught just a hitch, barely audible. He didn't look away this time, neither did she. The moment stretched until the candle flame flickered between them, throwing shadows across their faces. Then she stood, collected her plate, carried it to the sink. He followed, silent, deliberate. She rinsed the dish under running water. He leaned against the counter beside her, arms crossed, watching the way soap bubbles slid over her fingers. "You don't have to help," she said. "I want to." She glanced sideways at him. "You're doing it again." Staring. "Yes." He reached past her, turned off the faucet. His arm brushed hers, deliberate this time. She didn't move away. He dried his hands on a towel, then offered it to her. She took it, fingers brushing his. "Thank you," she murmured. "For what?" "For looking." He exhaled, slow, controlled. "I've been looking for weeks. You just didn't notice until now." Ava set the towel down, turned to face him fully. "I noticed," she admitted. "I just didn't know what it meant." "It means," he searched for words rare for him, "it means you're under my skin, and I don't know what to do about it." She stepped closer, close enough that he could smell her shampoo, something light and floral that always lingered in the hallway after she passed. "You could start by admitting it's not just curiosity," she said softly. His gaze dropped to her mouth, lingered. "It's not curiosity." Then what is it? He lifted his eyes back to hers, storm-dark, unguarded for once. It's want. The word landed like a stone in still water. Ava's pulse thundered in her ears. He didn't move to close the distance, didn't touch her, just stood there, letting her see the truth in his face. She swallowed. Want is dangerous when the contract says no expectations. As I know. So why say it? Because lying to you feels worse. Silence wrapped around them again, warmer this time. Ava reached up slowly, fingertips grazing the edge of his jaw, testing. He closed his eyes at the contact, like it hurt and healed at once. When he opened them, something had shifted. The ice was gone. In its place, heat, hunger. A man who'd spent years denying himself now staring at the one thing he couldn't control. I'm not asking for more than you're willing to give, he said quietly. I know. But I'm not going to pretend I don't feel this anymore. She let her hand fall, but stayed close. Good, because I'm tired of pretending too. His exhale was shaky, almost a laugh. They stood like that, inches apart, breathing the same air, until the kitchen lights dimmed automatically for the night cycle. Ava stepped back first. Not retreat, just space to think. Good night, Alexander. He nodded once. Good night, Ava. She walked to the stairs. At the landing she turned. He was still standing there, hands braced on the counter, head bowed, shoulders rising and falling like he was relearning how to breathe. She smiled to herself, small, secret. Then she disappeared upstairs. In his study later, Alexander sat in the dark, staring at nothing. He could still feel her fingertips on his jaw. Could still see the way her eyes had softened when he said want. He dragged a hand over his face. This wasn't part of the plan. This wasn't safe. And yet, he had no intention of stopping. Because for the first time in years, the silence in the house didn't feel empty. It felt full of possibility, and all of it centered on the woman sleeping one door away. Chapter 11, Jealousy He Can't Explain. The charity gala was held in the grand ballroom of the Meridian Hotel, the same venue where Alexander had first called her useful in front of Victor Langford months ago. Tonight the room looked different. Softer lighting, deeper reds and golds, tables draped in silk instead of crisp white linen. The cause was children's education in underserved communities, noble, photogenic, the kind of event that made billionaires feel benevolent while their checks cleared. Ava wore sapphire blue tonight. The gown was off the shoulder, fitted through the bodice, then flowing into a soft skirt that moved like water when she walked. A thin silver chain at her throat caught the light. She felt beautiful, dangerous, like someone who belonged on Alexander's arm and knew it. He hadn't stopped looking at her since they left the house. In the car, his gaze had lingered on the curve of her neck, the way the fabric clung to her waist. When she'd caught him, he hadn't looked away, just offered a small, private smile that made her stomach flip. Now, inside the ballroom, they moved through the crowd together. His hand rested at the small of her back, firmer than before, thumb tracing slow, absent circles against the silk. Every few minutes someone stopped them, a board member, a donor, a journalist wanting a quote on the Langford deal. Alexander handled them with effortless precision, but his body stayed angled toward her, like she was the true center of gravity. Then Daniel appeared. He was volunteering tonight, coordinating the silent auction for one of the nonprofits. Black tie, hair slightly tousled, easy smile that hadn't changed since college. He spotted Ava across the room and lit up. Ava. He crossed the floor in long strides, arms open. She stepped forward instinctively, old habit, and let him pull her into a quick, warm hug. His cologne was the same woodsy one he'd worn since sophomore year. familiar, safe. You look incredible, he said, pulling back but keeping his hands lightly on her upper arms. Seriously, this place doesn't deserve you. She laughed. You clean up pretty well yourself. Alexander stood 2 steps behind her, perfectly still. Daniel's eyes flicked over her shoulder. Blackwood, evening. Alexander inclined his head. Daniel. The air tightened. Daniel didn't seem to notice, or if he did, he ignored it. I've got a table in the back if you two want to sit for the auction. Better view of the bidding war over that ridiculous yacht weekend. Ava glanced at Alexander. His jaw was set, eyes fixed on Daniel's hands, still resting casually on her arms. She stepped back smoothly. We're good up front, but thank you. Daniel nodded, unfazed. Fair enough, catch you later. He leaned in, pressed a quick kiss to her cheek, platonic, brotherly, the way he'd done 100 times before. Don't let these people bore you to death. He walked off toward the auction stage. Ava turned. Alexander's face was a mask, cold, controlled, but his eyes burned. She opened her mouth to say something light, diffuse. He didn't give her the chance. He caught her wrist, gentle but firm, and led her through a side door into a quiet service corridor. Dim lights, stacks of extra chairs, the distant hum of the gala muffled by the wall. He released her the second the door closed. What was that? His voice was low, dangerous. Ava crossed her arms. A hello. From a friend. He kissed you. On the cheek, like people do. Alexander stepped closer, not in front of me. She lifted her chin. You don't get to dictate how my friends greet me. I get to dictate how men touch my wife. The word wife landed hard, possessive, raw. Ava's pulse kicked. Your wife, or the woman on your arm for optics. He exhaled sharply through his nose. Don't do that. Do what? Pretend this is still just a contract. She searched his face. Then stop acting like you own me. I don't want to own you. He dragged a hand through his hair, frustrated, unraveling. I want. He stopped. She waited. I want him to stop touching you, he finished, quieter. I want him to stop looking at you like he has history with you. Because every time he does, I feel like I'm losing ground I didn't even know I was standing on. Jealousy, pure, unfiltered, impossible to hide. Ava's breath caught. She stepped into his space, close enough that the heat of him wrapped around her. Daniel is my friend, she said softly. He's been my friend for years. He's seen me cry over exams, laugh until I couldn't breathe, fall apart when my mom got sick. He knows me, but he doesn't want me, not the way you do. Alexander's eyes darkened. And how do I want you? She lifted her hand, fingertips tracing the line of his jaw the way she had in the kitchen nights ago. Like I'm the only thing in the room worth seeing. His hand came up, covered hers, held it against his face. You are. The admission was quiet, reverent. Ava's heart slammed against her ribs. He leaned in, slow, giving her every chance to pull back. She didn't. Their foreheads touched, breaths mingling. The world narrowed to the space between them. I can't explain it, he murmured. I see him near you and something inside me snaps. I've never felt this before, not with anyone. Then don't explain it, she whispered. Just feel it. His free hand slid to her waist, slow, careful, pulling her flush against him. She felt the hard line of his body, the rapid beat of his heart matching hers. I'm trying not to ruin this, he said against her temple. I'm trying not to push too hard. You're not pushing. Her fingers slipped into his hair. You're finally letting me in. He exhaled, shaky, almost a laugh. Then he lifted his head just enough to look at her. Eyes locked. Time stopped. Someone laughed in the hallway beyond the door, distant, irrelevant. Alexander's thumb brushed her lower lip, once deliberate. Ava's breath hitched. He leaned in. The door opened. A waiter carrying a tray of champagne flutes froze. Sorry, wrong corridor. The moment shattered. Alexander stepped back, slowly, reluctantly, hands falling away. Ava smoothed her dress, cheeks warm. The waiter disappeared. Alexander looked at her, eyes still dark, still hungry. "We should get back," he said, voice rough. She nodded. But before they stepped through the door, she caught his hand. Squeezed once. He squeezed back. They returned to the gala side by side, hands brushing every few steps, a secret current running between them. Daniel waved from across the room. Ava smiled politely. Alexander's fingers tightened around hers for one heartbeat, then released, but the jealousy didn't fade. It simply changed shape, became something sharper, deeper, something that looked a lot like need, and for the first time, neither of them tried to hide it. Chapter 12. The Charity Gala Night. The ballroom lights dimmed as the string quartet transitioned into something slower, more intimate, a waltz that felt like it had been composed just for the two of them. The crowd thinned on the dance floor. Couples drifted away to bid on auction items or refill champagne flutes. The air smelled of roses, candle wax, and the faint ozone of impending rain outside the tall windows. Alexander turned to Ava without a word. He extended his hand, palm up, fingers steady. She placed hers in it, no hesitation. His other hand settled at her waist, low, possessive, thumb resting just above the curve of her hip. She felt the heat of him through the thin silk of her gown. Her free hand went to his shoulder. She could feel the muscle tense beneath the tailored tuxedo jacket, then relax as if her touch alone had permission to calm him. They began to move. It wasn't practiced. It didn't need to be. He led with quiet authority, small steps at first, testing, then longer glides as she matched him effortlessly. The music wrapped around them like smoke. Their bodies aligned perfectly. Chest to chest, thigh brushing thigh with every turn. The slit in her gown parted with each step, revealing a flash of skin that made his grip tighten fractionally. Neither spoke. They didn't need to. Every brush of fabric, every shift of weight, every shared breath said more than words could have. His eyes never left hers. Dark, intense, unguarded in a way she'd never seen before. The jealousy from moments ago, the sharp edge when Daniel kissed her cheek, hadn't vanished. It had simply burned down to something hotter, deeper. A quiet claim. She felt it in the way his fingers splayed wider at her waist. In the way his thumb traced slow, deliberate arcs against her spine. In the way his gaze dropped, once, briefly, to her mouth, then returned to her eyes like he was memorizing her. Ava's heart hammered so hard she was sure he could feel it against his chest. The music swelled. He pulled her closer, closer than necessary for the dance. Her breasts brushed his chest. His thigh slipped between hers for a heartbeat on the next turn. Heat flared low in her belly, sharp and sudden. She tilted her head back slightly to hold his gaze. He leaned in, forehead almost touching hers. "You're shaking," he murmured, voice so low only she could hear. "I'm not cold." His lips curved, just the barest hint of a smile. "Good." Another turn. The room blurred around them, lights, faces, champagne flutes, all irrelevant. Only this, his hand on her back, her fingers curling into the fabric at his shoulder, the slow drag of his thumb along her spine that felt like a promise. She felt the shift in him, the moment control slipped from calculation into something rawer. His breath fanned across her cheek. "I've wanted to touch you like this since the night you nursed me," he confessed, words rough against her ear. "Since you stayed, since you held my hand like it mattered." Her throat tightened, It did matter. His grip flexed, almost painful, then eased into something reverent. I know that now. The music slowed to its final, lingering notes. They didn't stop moving immediately. They swayed, barely in place, bodies pressed together, hearts racing in tandem. The last chord faded. Applause rippled through the room, polite, distant. Neither of them acknowledged it. Alexander lifted his head just enough to look down at her. His eyes were molten. He leaned in slow, deliberate, until his lips hovered a breath from hers. Ava's eyes fluttered closed. She felt the heat of his mouth so close it was torture. Then, a soft chime from his phone in his pocket. Reality intruded. He exhaled, harsh, frustrated, forehead dropping to rest against hers for one long second. "Ignore it," she whispered. "I can't." His voice was strained. "Board member, Langford deal emergency." She opened her eyes. His were already regretful, storm-dark, with want and duty warring inside them. He stepped back slowly, like it physically hurt. His hand lingered at her waist a moment longer before falling away. "I'll be quick," he promised. She nodded, throat too tight to speak. He walked toward the side exit, shoulders rigid, phone already to his ear. Ava stood alone in the center of the emptying dance floor. Her skin still tingled where he'd touched her. Her lips still burned from the almost kiss. She pressed 2 fingers to them, as if she could trap the ghost of what almost happened. Across the room, Daniel caught her eye from the auction table. He raised a questioning brow. "You okay?" She gave him a small smile, nodded once. Then she turned toward the balcony doors. Cool night air hit her face like a slap when she stepped outside. She gripped the railing, breathing deep. The city glittered below, indifferent, endless. Inside, Alexander was handling whatever crisis had pulled him away. But out here, in the quiet, she could still feel him. The press of his hand at her waist. The heat of his breath against her lips. The way he'd looked at her, like she was the only real thing in a world built on deals and distance. She closed her eyes. The almost kiss replayed behind her lids, slow, electric, inevitable. And she knew. The line they'd been towing for weeks had just been crossed. Not with lips, but with truth. They weren't pretending anymore. And the next time they danced, really danced, no phone would interrupt. She smiled into the night, small, secret, certain. The chemistry wasn't just undeniable. It was inescapable. Chapter 13, Almost a Kiss. The balcony doors were still open when Alexander found her. Cool night air carried the distant hum of traffic and the faint scent of rain-soaked asphalt from earlier in the evening. Ava stood at the stone railing, arms wrapped loosely around herself against the chill, sapphire gown catching faint moonlight like spilled ink. Her hair had loosened slightly during the dance, strands brushing her bare shoulders, moving gently in the breeze. He stepped out behind her, closing the glass door with a soft click. The gala noise muffled instantly. Just them, the city lights below, and the quiet tension that had been building for weeks. She didn't turn immediately. He stopped a few feet away, close enough to feel the pull between them, far enough to give her space if she wanted it. "The call S handled," he said quietly. "Langford can wait until morning." Ava exhaled a small laugh, breath visible in the cool air. Miracle of miracles. He moved closer. Stopped just behind her right shoulder. "You're cold." "I'm fine." He shrugged out of his tuxedo jacket without hesitation, draped it over her shoulders. The wool was warm from his body heat. It carried his scent, sandalwood, clean cotton, the faint trace of his cologne that always lingered in the hallway after he passed. She pulled it tighter around herself instinctively. "Thank you." He stayed behind her, hands resting lightly on the railing to either side of hers, caging without touching. She could feel the heat radiating off him, chasing away the night chill. "About earlier," he began, "the dance." "The almost." She turned slowly to face him. Moonlight carved sharp shadows across his cheekbones, softened the hard line of his jaw. His eyes were darker out here, storm at midnight. Ava tilted her head. "You mean the part where your phone saved you from making a terrible mistake?" His lips curved, just a fraction, "or saved me from finally doing the right thing." Her pulse jumped. He lifted one hand from the railing, brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear. His fingertips lingered at her temple, slow, deliberate. "I've spent months telling myself this was impossible," he murmured. "That wanting you would ruin everything. The contract, the control, the clean exit at the end of the year." Ava swallowed, "And now? Now I don't care about clean." He stepped closer, slow enough she could stop him. She didn't. Their bodies aligned, toes almost touching, her breasts brushing the crisp white of his shirt, his jacket still draped around her like a claim. His hand slid from her temple to cup her jaw, thumb tracing the edge of her lower lip the way it had in the corridor earlier. Ava's breath shuddered out. "Tell me to stop," he said, voice rough. "And I will, no questions, no anger." She searched his face, saw the restraint it was costing him, the hunger he no longer tried to hide. "I don't want you to stop." The words barely left her mouth before his head dipped. Their lips met, soft at first, tentative, a question and an answer in the same breath, then deeper. His other hand came up to cradle the back of her neck, fingers threading into her hair. He tilted her head just enough to fit them together perfectly. She opened for him on a quiet gasp. He took the invitation with slow, deliberate heat. It wasn't frantic. It wasn't desperate. It was inevitable. His tongue brushed hers, once, testing, then stroked deeper when she met him halfway. She tasted champagne on him, the faint edge of mint, the raw need he'd kept locked down for so long. Her hands slid up his chest, fingers curling into his shirt, pulling him closer until there was no space left between them. He groaned low in his throat, the sound vibrating against her lips. She felt it everywhere, in her tightening nipples, in the ache pooling low in her belly, in the way her thighs pressed together instinctively. Alexander broke the kiss first, just enough to rest his forehead against hers, breathing hard. "God," he rasped, "I've wanted that for too long." Ava's laugh was shaky. "Me too." He kissed her again, shorter this time but no less intense. A seal, a promise. When he pulled back, his thumb stroked her swollen bottom lip. "I don't want to rush you," he said quietly. "Not tonight, not when everything's still complicated." She nodded, even though every nerve in her body screamed otherwise. "But I'm done pretending this isn't happening," he continued. "No more separate rooms, no more rules about touching, no more acting like you're temporary." Her heart stuttered. "Alexander." "I mean it." His eyes held hers, fierce, certain. "Whatever this is between us, I want all of it. The good, the messy, the parts that scare me, if you'll have me." Ava's throat tightened with something dangerously close to hope. She reached up, cupped his face in both hands. "I've already had you," she whispered, "since the night I stayed by your bed. Since you held my hand like it was the only thing keeping you grounded. I just didn't know how to say it." His eyes closed briefly, relief, raw and unguarded. When they opened again, they were softer, warmer. He pressed one last kiss to her forehead, lingering, tender, then pulled her against his chest. She rested her cheek over his heart, listened to the rapid, unsteady beat. They stood like that for long minutes, wrapped in his jacket, wrapped in each other, while the city glittered indifferently below. Eventually, he spoke against her hair. "Come inside. It's cold." She nodded. He kept one arm around her waist as they walked back through the balcony doors. The gala was winding down, guests trickling toward coat check, staff clearing tables. No one paid them much attention. Alexander guided her toward the private elevator bank. Inside the mirrored car, he pulled her close again, back to his front, arms banded around her waist, chin resting on her shoulder. Their reflections stared back, flushed cheeks, swollen lips, eyes bright with something new. He pressed a slow kiss to the side of her neck. Ava tilted her head, giving him better access. His lips curved against her skin. "Home," he murmured. The word felt different now. Not a place. A promise. The elevator doors opened onto the underground garage. His driver waited with the car. They slid into the back seat, closer than they'd ever sat before. His hand found hers in the dark, fingers laced. Neither spoke on the drive. They didn't need to. The almost kiss had become real. And everything that came after would be real too. Chapter 14, His Traumatic Past. The drive home from the gala was quiet, but not the heavy silence they'd known for months. This was softer, charged, intimate. Alexander's hand rested on Ava's thigh the entire way, thumb tracing slow, absent patterns over the silk of her gown. She didn't speak. Neither did he. They didn't need to fill the space anymore. When they stepped into the mansion foyer, the lights were low, the house asleep. The staff had long since retired. Only moonlight spilled across the marble, turning everything silver and shadow. Alexander paused at the base of the staircase. He looked at her, really looked, eyes tracing her face like he was memorizing it all over again. "Come with me," he said quietly. She nodded. He led her not to her room, not to his, but down the hallway to a door she'd never seen opened. Dark wood, simple brass handle, no lock. He turned it slowly. Inside, a small study she hadn't known existed. Not the grand office downstairs with its glass desk and city views. This was private, personal. Bookshelves lined two walls, floor to ceiling, but not neatly organized. Books stacked sideways, spines cracked, some lying flat like they'd been read a dozen times. A single leather armchair by the window. A low table beside it holding a half-empty decanter of whiskey and a single glass. On the wall above the fireplace, a single framed photograph, small, almost lost among the shadows. He closed the door behind them. The room smelled of old paper, leather, and something faintly like rain-soaked cedar. Ava waited. Alexander walked to the fireplace, flicked on a small lamp. Warm amber light spilled across the room. He didn't look at her right away. He stared at the photograph. A boy, maybe 8 or 9, dark hair, serious gray eyes that were already too old. Beside him, a woman with the same sharp cheekbones, the same storm-colored gaze. She was smiling, but it didn't reach her eyes. Behind them, a man in a suit, hand on the boy's shoulder, proprietary, not affectionate. Alexander's voice was low when he finally spoke. "That's me, my mother, my father." Ava stepped closer. "You never talk about them." "I don't talk about much." He exhaled, slow, controlled. "But you deserve to know why I'm like this." He moved to the armchair, sat heavily, elbows on knees, hands clasped between them. Ava didn't sit. She leaned against the bookshelf, arms loosely crossed, giving him space. He stared at the carpet. "My father was ambitious, ruthless. The kind of man who measured love in quarterly reports and stock prices. My mother was his first acquisition, beautiful, intelligent, from old money that had run dry. She married him to save her family's name. Sound familiar?" Ava's throat tightened. He continued, voice even but edged with something raw. She tried, at first, to love him, to make it real, but he didn't want love, he wanted control. A perfect wife. A perfect heir. When I was born, I became another asset. Tutors instead of playdates. Expectations instead of affection. Every mistake was a liability. Every emotion a weakness. He paused, swallowed. My mother, she cracked under it, slowly, quietly. She started drinking. Quietly at first, cocktails at lunch, wine with dinner, then more. She'd disappear for days. Come back with bruises she tried to hide with long sleeves and makeup. I was 12 the first time I found her passed out in the guest room. I thought she was sleeping. I covered her with a blanket and sat on the floor until she woke up. Ava's chest ached. She left when I was 14, he said. No note, no goodbye, just gone. My father told me she'd chosen freedom over family, that she was weak, that I shouldn't cry because tears were for people who couldn't handle reality. He looked up at her then, eyes dark, haunted. I believed him. For years, I told myself love was a liability, that needing someone meant losing control, that the only way to survive was to build walls so high no one could get in, and no one could get out. Silence stretched. Ava crossed the room slowly, knelt in front of him so they were eye level. He didn't pull away when she took his hands in hers. You're not him, she whispered. I spent my life becoming him. His voice cracked just once. Cold, calculating, safe. You're not safe, she said fiercely. You're terrified. He laughed short, bitter. Terrified of what? Of feeling something real, of letting someone stay. His gaze searched hers. And you stayed, even when I gave you every reason to leave. Because I saw you, she said simply. The man who forgave my father's debt without asking for thanks. The man who came after me in the rain. The man who held my hand when he was burning with fever and didn't let go until morning. That man isn't cold. He's wounded. Alexander closed his eyes. A single tear slipped down his cheek, fast, almost invisible in the lamplight. Ava reached up, brushed it away with her thumb. He caught her wrist, held it there against his face. I don't know how to do this, he admitted, voice barely above a whisper. I don't know how to let you in without breaking everything. Then let me show you, she said. She leaned in, slow, careful, until her forehead rested against his. He exhaled, shaky, relieved. His hands came up to cup her face, thumbs stroking her cheekbones. I'm scared, he confessed. Yes, I know. I don't want to hurt you. You won't. He opened his eyes, looked at her like she was the only light in the room. I love you, he said, quiet, certain, like the words had been waiting years to be spoken. Ava's breath caught. She smiled, small, trembling, radiant. I love you too. The kiss that followed was different from the balcony. Slower, deeper, full of everything they'd held back. His arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her onto his lap. She straddled him in the armchair, gown pooling around them, hands in his hair, lips moving together like they'd been starving for this exact moment. No rush, no fear, just truth. When they finally broke apart, breathing hard, foreheads pressed together, he whispered against her mouth. Stay tonight, not because of the contract. Stay because you want to. She kissed him again, soft, answering, I'm not going anywhere. He stood, lifting her with him, arms strong around her thighs, carried her out of the small study and down the hall to the master suite. The connecting door stayed open behind them, for the first time. No more walls, no more separate rooms, just them, and the beginning of something neither had believed possible. Chapter 15. Protecting his wife. The charity luncheon was held at the Meridian's rooftop terrace. Open sky above, city skyline all around, white linen tables set with crystal and orchids. It was one of those events where philanthropy met networking. Politicians in tailored suits, heiresses in pastel dresses, photographers circling like sharks. Alexander had been invited as keynote speaker. Ava came as his wife, no longer for optics. Simply because he asked her to, simply because she wanted to be there. They arrived together, his hand at the small of her back, her arm looped through his. The sapphire gown from the gala had been replaced by a soft ivory sheath dress that skimmed her curves and ended just above the knee. Simple, elegant, unapologetically hers. Alexander wore charcoal gray, crisp shirt open at the collar, sleeves rolled to his forearms. They looked like a couple who belonged together, because now they were. The first hour passed smoothly. Handshakes, small talk, compliments on the wedding photos that had appeared in every society column. Alexander's speech was brief, sharp, effective, announcing a new scholarship fund in his mother's name. The room applauded. He returned to the table, sat beside Ava, and under the tablecloth his fingers found hers, squeezed once. Stayed. Then the whispers started. A woman at the next table, mid-40s, diamond choker, voice carrying just far enough, leaned toward her companion. Gold digger, obviously. Reynolds Hardware was on the brink. Convenient timing, don't you think? Her companion laughed softly. Poor Alexander, trapped in a marriage of convenience. She's pretty, I'll give her that, but pedigree, none. Ava's spine stiffened. Alexander heard it too. His grip on her hand tightened, warning, protective. The woman continued, oblivious or uncaring. I heard the whole thing was a business favor. He wiped the father's debt, she plays house for a year, classic arrangement. She'll walk away richer than she ever dreamed. Ava's cheeks burned, not with shame, with fury. She started to rise. Alexander's hand on her thigh stopped her gentle pressure. Let it go, he murmured. She met his eyes. No. Before he could argue, she stood. The table quieted. Heads turned. Ava walked the 3 steps to the neighboring table, heels clicking against the stone terrace. She stopped beside the woman's chair. The woman looked up, startled, then smug. Ava smiled, small, lethal. I'm sorry, she said, voice clear and carrying. I couldn't help overhearing. The woman's smile faltered. Ava continued, calm as glass. You seem to know a lot about my marriage. More than I do, apparently. So let me clarify a few things. She leaned in slightly, close enough for privacy, loud enough for nearby tables to hear. My father's business was failing. Yes, Alexander could have foreclosed without a second thought. Instead, he offered a solution. I accepted, not because I wanted money, not because I wanted status, because I love my family and I'd do anything to protect them. She straightened. But here's what you don't know. That solution became something else, something real, something neither of us expected. She glanced back at Alexander. His eyes were locked on her, intense, proud, something fierce flickering behind them. I'm not trapped, Ava said. I'm exactly where I want to be. And if you think I'm here for a payout at the end of a year, you're wrong. I'm here because I love him, and he loves me. Not for optics, not for convenience, for real. The terrace had gone quiet. Phones were out, recording, no doubt. The woman's face flushed crimson. I didn't mean. You did, Ava cut in softly. And you meant for me to hear it. So consider this your public service announcement. Next time you want to gossip about someone's marriage, make sure they're not sitting close enough to correct you. She turned on her heel, walked back to her table. sat down. Alexander was staring at her openly, unblinking. The entire rooftop seemed to hold its breath. Then he reached for her hand again, lifted it to his lips, pressed a slow, deliberate kiss to her knuckles. Right there. In front of everyone, no hesitation, no calculation, just him, claiming her, publicly, proudly. The whispers turned to murmurs of surprise, then approval. A few people clapped, quiet at first, then louder. Ava's cheeks heated, but she didn't look away from him. He leaned in, voice low against her ear. "You didn't have to do that." "As I know. You just made every headline tomorrow." "I let them." His thumb stroked the inside of her wrist. "You defended me, again." "I defended us." His eyes softened, something raw and unguarded flashing through them. "I don't deserve you," he murmured. "You do." She turned her hand in his, laced their fingers. "And I'm keeping you." He exhaled, almost a laugh, almost relief. Then he stood, pulling her up with him. "We're leaving," he told the table at large. No explanation, no apology. He guided her through the crowd, hand firm at her waist, body angled to shield her from prying eyes and flashing cameras. At the elevator bank, he pulled her inside the moment the doors opened. The car descended. Alone, he turned to her, backed her gently against the mirrored wall. Hands framed her face. "Thank you," he said, voice rough with emotion. She smiled. "You're welcome." Then he kissed her deep, slow, claiming, not almost, not interrupted. Real. When the doors opened at the garage level, he didn't let go. He kept her close all the way to the car, all the way home. And when they stepped into the foyer, moonlight still silver on marble, he lifted her into his arms without a word. Carried her up the stairs. Straight to the master suite. The door closed behind them. No connecting door left open this time. No walls, just them. And the quiet certainty that whatever came next, headlines, rumors, the rest of the year, they would face it together. Side by side, no longer pretending, fully, fiercely in love. Chapter 16. The Rain Confession, Almost. The storm came without warning. One minute the sky was bruised purple, the next it split open, rain hammering the mansion roof like fists, wind rattling the windows, lightning forking across the dark. Ava stood at the floor-to-ceiling glass in the master bedroom, arms wrapped around herself, watching sheets of water lash the gardens below. The lights were off. Only flashes of white illuminated the room in stark bursts. Alexander found her there. He'd been downstairs in his study, working late again, habit he couldn't quite break even now. Shirt untucked, sleeves rolled, hair slightly damp from crossing the foyer. He paused in the doorway, watching her silhouette against the storm. "You're up," he said quietly. She didn't turn. Couldn't sleep. The thunder. He crossed the room, slow footsteps on carpet stopped behind her. Close enough she could feel his warmth at her back, but not touching. Not yet. Old habit. He asked. She nodded. "My mom used to hate storms. She'd pull me into the living room, make hot chocolate, tell stories until it passed. After she died, I just got used to waiting them out alone." Lightning cracked, bright, blinding. Thunder rolled seconds later, deep and bone-rattling. Ava flinched, small, involuntary. Alexander's arms came around her from behind, slow, careful, chest to her back, hands settling over hers on the windowsill. He rested his chin on her shoulder. "You're not alone tonight," he murmured against her ear. She leaned back into him, small surrender. His heartbeat steady against her spine. They stood like that through the next flash, bodies aligned, breathing synced. The rain drummed harder. He spoke first, voice low, almost lost in the storm. "I used to hate storms too." She tilted her head slightly. "Why?" "My mother left on a night like this. I was 14. She packed a single suitcase while my father was at a meeting. I heard the front door close. I ran downstairs, barefoot in pajamas. She was already in the car. I banged on the window. She looked at me and drove away. Ava's throat closed. I stood in the driveway in the rain until my father dragged me inside, told me she was weak, told me not to cry. I didn't. Not then. Not ever, really. Until the night you nursed me and I broke. She turned in his arms, slowly, until they faced each other. His eyes were dark, unguarded. I spent years convincing myself I didn't need anyone, he continued. That needing someone meant they could leave. That love was just another liability. Then you walked into my office, signed that damn contract, and everything I built started cracking. Thunder rumbled closer now. Ava reached up, cupped his face. You're not losing me. I know. His hands settled at her waist, thumbs stroking slow arcs over her ribs through the thin silk of her nightgown. But I almost did. Every time I pushed you away, every time I hid behind rules, every time I let Alina walk in here like she still had a claim. Lightning flashed, his face stark in the white light. I almost lost you before I even let myself have you. She shook her head. You didn't. I could have. His voice cracked just once. And the thought, it terrifies me more than anything my father ever said. Ava's eyes stung. He exhaled, shaky. I don't know when it happened, he said, words rough, rushed like they'd been waiting too long. Maybe the night you defended me at the press conference. Maybe when you held my hand through the fever. Maybe the first time you looked at me like I wasn't just a name on a balance sheet, but somewhere I fell. Hard, completely. And I don't know how to say it without sounding like I'm begging. She smiled, small, trembling. You don't have to beg. His forehead dropped to hers. I need you, Ava. The confession came out raw. Not for optics, not for the year, not because the contract says so. I need you in my life, in my bed, in every quiet moment and every storm. I need you to stay, even when I'm difficult, even when I'm scared, even when I don't deserve it. Lightning again, brighter. Thunder immediate, shaking the glass. Ava slid her arms around his neck. I'm staying, she whispered. I love you, all of you, the guarded parts, the broken parts, the parts that still flinch at thunder. I'm not leaving, not at the end of the year, not ever. His breath hitched. He kissed her then, deep, desperate, like he was trying to pour every unspoken fear into her mouth. She kissed him back, fingers in his hair, body pressing closer, matching his hunger. When they broke apart, gasping, he rested his forehead against hers again. I almost said it that night in the rain, he murmured. When we were stranded after the charity event, I almost told you then. She smiled against his lips. You can say it now. He pulled back just enough to look at her, eyes fierce, cert. I love you, he said, clear, unwavering. More than control, more than safety, more than anything I've ever known. Ava's heart swelled, painful, perfect. I love you too, she answered. More than the contract, more than fear, more than anything. Another flash, another roll of thunder. But this time neither flinched. They just held each other, rain pounding, wind howling, while the storm raged outside. And inside, finally quiet, no almost, no hesitation, just truth. He lifted her gently, arms under her thighs, carried her to the bed, laid her down like she was something precious. Followed her down, covering her body with his, kissing her slow and deep. No rush tonight, just them. The storm outside faded to background noise. And for the first time in either of their lives, the rain felt like shelter instead of loss. Chapter 17. The First Real Touch. The storm had passed sometime before dawn, leaving the world quiet and glistening. Water dripped from the eaves outside the master bedroom windows, soft plinks against stone. Inside, the air was warm, heavy with the scent of rain-soaked earth drifting through the cracked balcony doors and the faint musk of skin and sheets. Ava woke slowly, sprawled across Alexander's chest, one leg hooked over his thigh, his arm banded around her waist like he'd been afraid she'd vanish in the night. They hadn't made love yet. Not fully. After the confessions in the storm, after the desperate kisses and whispered promises, they'd simply held each other, clothes shed in pieces, bodies pressed close, hearts hammering in tandem until exhaustion claimed them both. Now morning light filtered through the curtains in pale gold stripes across the bed. She shifted, small movement, and felt him stir beneath her. His hand flexed on her hip. Thumb stroked once, lazy, possessive. "You're awake," he murmured, voice gravel-rough from sleep. She pressed her lips to the hollow of his throat, soft, unhurried. "You're warm." "You're naked." "So are you." A low rumble vibrated in his chest, almost a laugh. He rolled them slowly, careful, deliberate, until she was beneath him, his weight braced on forearms planted to either side of her head. The sheets tangled around their legs. His dark hair fell forward, brushing her forehead. Their eyes met close, unguarded. No words for a long moment, just breathing, just looking. Then he lowered his head, kissed her collarbone. Soft, reverent. Trailed his lips along the line of her shoulder, tasting the faint salt of her skin. Ava sighed, quiet, needy fingers sliding into his hair. He moved lower, kisses along the upper swell of her breast, then lower still. When his mouth closed over one nipple, warm, wet, gentle suction, she arched on a sharp inhale. Alexander. He hummed against her skin, vibration traveling straight to her core. His free hand skimmed down her side, slow exploration, fingers tracing the dip of her waist, the curve of her hip, the sensitive skin along her inner thigh. He didn't rush, didn't push. Just learned her, every shiver, every hitch of breath, every place that made her fingers tighten in his hair. When his hand finally slipped between her thighs, fingers brushing her folds, finding her already slick, he groaned low against her breast. "You're wet for me," he whispered, almost wonder. "Always," she breathed. "Since the first time you looked at me like I mattered." His forehead dropped to hers, eyes dark, pupils blown. "I've wanted to touch you like this for so long it hurts." "Then touch me." He did. One finger circled her clit, slow, feather-light, then dipped lower, sliding inside her with exquisite care. She gasped, hips lifting instinctively. He added a second finger, curved them just right, thumb still working slow circles above. Ava's head fell back against the pillow. God, yes. He kissed her then, deep, open-mouthed, swallowing her moans as his hand moved in steady rhythm. She rocked against him, nighty, desperate fingers digging into his shoulders. When she was trembling, close, so close, he pulled his hand away. She whimpered protest dying on her lips when she felt him shift lower. He kissed a path down her stomach, slow, deliberate, until his shoulders settled between her thighs. Ava's breath stopped. He looked up at her, eyes locked on hers. "Tell me if you want me to stop." "Don't you dare." His mouth descended, hot, wet, perfect. The first slow lick made her cry out, back arching off the bed. He held her hips down, gentle but firm, tongue circling, flicking, then dipping inside her like he was starving for the taste of her. She threaded her fingers through his hair, holding him there, hips rolling in helpless rhythm. "Alexander, please." He hummed against her, vibration pushing her closer. Then he sucked her clit gently between his lips, steady pressure, and she shattered. The orgasm rolled through her, wave after wave, her thighs clamping around his head, fingers twisting in the sheets, his name torn from her throat in broken syllables. He didn't stop until the aftershocks faded, until she was boneless, trembling, gasping. Only then did he crawl back up her body, kissing every inch he passed until he hovered over her again. His erection pressed hot and heavy against her thigh. She reached between them, wrapped her fingers around him, slow stroke that made his breath hitch. "Your turn," she whispered. He caught her wrist, gentle but firm. "Not yet." She frowned, confused. "I want to feel you come around me first," he said, voice rough. "I want to watch your face when I'm inside you." Ava's heart stuttered. She nodded, wordless. He reached into the nightstand drawer, condom, rolled it on with steady hands. Then he settled between her thighs again, nudging at her entrance, slow, careful. Their eyes locked. "I love you," he said, quiet, fierce. "I love you too." He pushed inside, inch by inch stretching her, filling her, until he was seated fully. They both stilled, breathing hard, foreheads pressed together. "God," he groaned, "you feel." "Perfect," she finished. He began to move, slow, deep rolls of his hips, each thrust dragging against every sensitive place inside her. She wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him deeper, nails scoring lightly down his back. The rhythm built slow to steady to urgent. His hand slipped between them, thumb finding her clit again, circling in time with his thrusts. Ava's breath came in short gasps. Close again. "Come with me," he rasped. "Please." She shattered first, clenching around him, crying out his name. He followed seconds later, hips stuttering, low groan torn from his throat, burying his face in her neck as he pulsed inside her. They stayed like that, tangled, trembling, until their breathing slowed. He lifted his head, kissed her softly, lingering. "I've never," he swallowed. "I've never felt anything like that." She smiled, sleepy, sated fingers tracing his jaw. "Me neither." He rolled to his side, pulled her against his chest, arms tight around her. The morning light grew brighter. The world outside kept turning. But in this bed, in this moment, time stopped. No contract, no timeline, just them, and the first real touch that felt like forever. Chapter 18. A Night That Changes Everything. The bedroom was quiet now. No storm, no thunder. Only the soft rhythm of their breathing and the distant drip of rain from the eaves. Moonlight slipped through the half-open curtains in silver ribbons, painting pale stripes across the tangled sheets and their entwined bodies. Ava lay on her side, head pillowed on Alexander's chest, one leg draped over his. His arm curled around her shoulders, fingers tracing idle patterns along her bare spine, slow, soothing circles that felt like promises. Neither had spoken in minutes. They didn't need to. The air between them was thick with everything they'd just shared: confessions, tears, touches, release. The kind of night that Ray draws maps. She tilted her head to look up at him. His eyes were open, dark, soft, watching her with something close to awe. "You're staring again," she whispered, a small smile tugging her lips. "I can't help it." His voice was low, rough from earlier cries and whispered words. "You're beautiful, and you're here, in my bed, in my arms, after everything." She lifted her hand, traced the line of his jaw with one fingertip. "I've been here for months." "Not like this." He caught her hand, pressed a kiss to her palm. "Not like I'm allowed to touch you without rules, not like I'm allowed to keep you." Ava's throat tightened. She shifted, propped herself on one elbow so she could see his face fully in the moonlight. "Alexander," she said softly, "this isn't temporary anymore, is it?" He exhaled, long, slow, like he was releasing something he'd carried for years. "No," he answered. "It is." She searched his eyes. "What does that mean for the contract?" He sat up slowly, sheets pooling at his waist, pulled her with him until they were both sitting, facing each other. His hands framed her face, thumbs stroking her cheekbones. It means the contract is irrelevant. His voice was steady, certain. I don't want a year, I don't want an end date. I want forever. With you, however that looks. Marriage for real this time, or no marriage at all if you don't want the paper. I don't care about the legalities. I care about you waking up beside me every morning. I care about fighting with you over stupid things and making up in this bed. I care about growing old with you and still looking at you like this. Ava's eyes filled hot, sudden tears. He brushed them away before they could fall. I'm not asking you to decide tonight, he continued. I know we still have months left on paper. I know there are headlines and board members and my mother's expectations waiting to make this complicated. But I need you to know, right now, in this moment, that I'm done pretending this has an expiration date. I love you. I choose you, every single day, starting tonight. She swallowed hard. Then she leaned forward, kissed him softly, lingering. When she pulled back, her voice was thick. I choose you too, she whispered. I've chosen you since the day I signed that paper, not because I had to, but because something in me knew. Even when you were cold, even when you pushed, I saw you and I stayed, and I'm not leaving, not in months, not ever. His breath hitched. He pulled her into his lap, straddling him, arms wrapping tight around her waist. She sank against him, forehead to forehead, noses brushing. I want to give you everything, he murmured. The life you deserve, the security, the family, the future, whatever you want. Ava smiled, small, radiant through tears. I already have everything I want, she said. It's right here. She kissed him again, deeper this time. Slower. Hands roaming, rediscovering, reverent. They moved together, gentle this time. No urgency, just connection. Skin on skin, breath on breath. Whispers of love between kisses. When they finally stilled again, bodies spent, hearts full, he held her close, face buried in her hair. I'm going to marry you again, he whispered against her temple. Properly, no contract, no audience unless you want one, just us. Vows we actually mean. Ava laughed softly, joy bubbling up. I'd like that. He pulled back just enough to look at her. Soon. Soon, she agreed. They lay back down, tangled, warm, safe. The moonlight shifted across the bed. Outside, the world kept turning, headlines brewing, deals pending, pasts lingering. But inside these walls, in this bed, something had irrevocably changed. The contract was dead. Love was alive. And for the first time, neither of them feared the morning. Because tomorrow, every tomorrow, would be theirs. Together. No end in sight. Chapter 19. Rumors and Lies. The headlines arrived like clockwork the next morning. Ava woke to the soft chime of her phone on the nightstand, multiple notifications stacking one after another. She reached for it without thinking, still half-wrapped in Alexander's arms, his steady breathing warm against her neck. She opened the first alert. Blackwood's billion-dollar bride, love or leverage. The article was from a prominent society tabloid, accompanied by a grainy photo from the rooftop luncheon. Ava standing at the neighboring table, chin high, Alexander watching her with unmistakable pride. The caption read, "Wife defends marriage amid whispers of gold-digging scheme." She scrolled. Another headline. Sources claim Ava Reynolds signed a contract marriage to save family business. Is the romance real? Then a gossip blog. Insiders say the Blackwood union was a business favor. Will the love last past the one-year mark? Fake screenshots of leaked contract excerpts circulated on social media, forged, obviously, but detailed enough to look convincing. Comments poured in, gold digger accusations, speculation about pregnancy traps, cruel jokes about her modest background. Ava's stomach twisted. She set the phone down carefully. Alexander stirred behind her, arm tightening around her waist. "What is it?" His voice was sleep-rough, instantly alert. She turned in his arms to face him. "Rumors," she said quietly. "They're everywhere. They have photos from yesterday. They're saying everything we feared they'd say." He reached for his own phone on the far nightstand, scrolling through the same flood of alerts. His expression darkened with each swipe. "Damn it," he muttered. Ava sat up, sheets pooling at her waist, pulled her knees to her chest. "They're saying I'm using you, that the whole thing was a transaction, that I'm waiting for the payout." Alexander set his phone aside, sat up beside her, reached for her hand. "Look at me." She did. "None of that is true," he said firmly. "You know it, I know it. The people who matter know it. But the world doesn't." Her voice cracked just a little. "My father will see this, my old friends, everyone." He cupped her face, thumbs stroking her cheeks. "Then we tell them the truth." She searched his eyes. "Publicly." "Yes, no hesitation. I'm done hiding. I'm done letting them rewrite our story. We go on record, together, we say what this is." Ava exhaled, shaky. What if it backfires? What if they twist it more? "Then we fight back harder." His jaw set. "But I'm not letting them hurt you. Not again, not after everything." She leaned into his touch. "Okay," she whispered. "Together." He kissed her forehead, lingering, then pulled her against his chest. They stayed like that for long minutes, skin to skin, hearts beating in time, while the notifications kept chiming. Eventually, Alexander reached for his phone again. "I'm calling my PR team," he said. "We'll draft a statement. Short, clear, no ambiguity." Ava nodded against his shoulder. While he made the call, voice low, commanding, she slipped out of bed, pulled on his discarded shirt from the night before. It hung to mid-thigh, sleeves rolled up, smelling like him, sandalwood and warmth. She padded to the balcony doors, pushed them open. The morning air was cool, fresh with last night's rain. The gardens below shimmered, every leaf dripping, every rose petal heavy with water. She stood there, arms wrapped around herself, staring at the city skyline in the distance. Behind her, Alexander finished the call. He came up behind her, arms sliding around her waist, chin on her shoulder. "They're drafting it now," he murmured. "We'll review it together, release it this afternoon." She leaned back into him. "What will it say?" "The truth," his voice was steady. "That we met under unusual circumstances. That what started as an arrangement became love. That we're committed. That the rumors are baseless and cruel. And that we ask for privacy while we build our life together." Ava turned in his arms, looked up at him. "And the contract?" "We don't mention it. It's irrelevant now." He brushed a strand of hair from her face. "We don't owe anyone our origin story. We only owe each other the future." She smiled, small but real. "I like that." He kissed her soft, slow, grounding. When he pulled back, his eyes were fierce. "No one gets to rewrite us," he said. "Not the press, not the past, not anyone." She nodded, but deep down, a quiet fear lingered, because rumors didn't need truth to wound. They only needed volume. And right now, the volume was deafening. She rested her forehead against his chest. "We'll get through it," she whispered. He tightened his arms around her. "We already are." Downstairs, the PR team's email arrived minutes later. Subject: draft statement, immediate review required. They read it together, side by side on the sofa, coffee untouched on the table. Alexander's arm stayed around her shoulders the entire time. When they finished, he looked at her. Changes. She thought for a moment. Add one line, she said quietly, at the end. He raised a brow. She took his phone, typed. We ask the public to respect our privacy as we continue to build a life rooted in mutual love and respect, not speculation. Alexander read it, smiled, small, proud. Perfect. He hit send. The statement went live an hour later. By evening, the headlines had shifted, some still skeptical, some softening, a few even supportive, but the damage was done. The whispers continued. And somewhere in the shadows of the internet, a new thread was starting, one that would test them more than any rumor yet. But for now, in this quiet morning, wrapped in each other, they had something stronger than headlines. They had truth. And they had time. Chapter 20, He Doesn't Defend Her. The statement went live at 2:17 p.m. By 3:00 p.m., it was everywhere, reposted, quoted, dissected. Some outlets ran it straight. Alexander Blackwood and wife issued joint statement denying rumors, affirming love. Others added spin. Blackwood breaks silence. But is it too late? A few tabloids ignored it entirely and doubled down on the contract wife narrative, publishing side-by-side photos of Ava at charity events next to grainy shots of her father's hardware store with captions like from shelves to sheets. The Reynolds rise. Ava spent the afternoon in the library, curled in the deep armchair with her phone on silent, watching the storm build again. Not outside this time, inside her chest. Alexander had been on calls since the release, PR, legal, board members. His voice carried faintly down the hall, calm, controlled, cutting. Every time he passed the library door, he glanced in, checked on her, offered a small, reassuring nod before disappearing again. She appreciated it. She hated it. Because with every passing hour, the silence between them grew louder. He hadn't posted anything himself. No X thread. No personal statement. No Instagram photo of them together with a simple caption. Nothing. The joint statement carried both their names, typed at the bottom in formal font, but it was issued through the company's PR channel. Corporate. Polished. Safe. She understood why. Damage control. Optics. Protecting the Langford deal. Shielding the board from more volatility. But understanding didn't stop the ache. By evening, the comments had turned vicious. If it's real love, why isn't he defending her? Too busy counting the money she's costing him. Classic billionaire move. Let the wife take the hits while you stay silent. Classy. He's probably embarrassed. She's dragging his name through the mud. Ava set her phone face down on the side table. She stood, walked to the window, watched rain streak the glass again, footsteps in the hallway. Alexander appeared in the doorway, tie loosened, sleeves rolled, exhaustion etched around his eyes. "Hey," he said softly. She didn't turn. He crossed the room, stopped a few feet behind her. "The calls are done," he told her. "Legal's monitoring for defamation. PR will handle follow-ups. We're in containment mode." Containment, like she was a crisis. Ava exhaled, slow, controlled. "You didn't say anything," she said quietly. He frowned. The statement was perfect, professional, joint. She finally turned to face him. "But it wasn't you, not one personal word, not one post, not one quote where you looked the camera in the eye and said, 'She's my wife. Back off.'" Alexander's jaw tightened. "I couldn't," he said. "Not yet. The board's watching every move. Langford's team is already nervous about the acquisition scrutiny. One wrong word and what?" Her voice rose just a fraction. The deal falls through, your stock dips, your image takes a hit. She stepped closer. Alexander, they're calling me a gold digger. They're saying I trapped you. They're saying our love is fake, and you're containing it. He dragged a hand through his hair, frustrated. I'm protecting us, he said. I'm protecting you. If I go out there guns blazing, they'll dig harder. They'll find the original contract. They'll twist it. They'll hurt your father. They're already hurting me, she cut in, voice breaking on the last word. Silence crashed between them. Alexander's face changed, pain flashing raw across it. Ava. You let them talk. She wrapped her arms around herself. You let them say I'm using you. You let them question everything we just promised each other last night. And you stayed silent. Again. He stepped forward, reached for her. She took a small step back, not rejection, just space, just enough to breathe. I thought I was shielding you, he said, voice low, rough. I thought if I handled it quietly, it would die down faster. It's not dying down, she whispered. It's getting louder. And every time someone calls me a liar, a user, a placeholder, it feels like you're agreeing, because you won't stand up and say otherwise. His throat worked. I'm sorry, he said, quiet, broken. I didn't see it that way. I thought keeping my head down was the safest play. For who? She asked. For the company, for the board, or for us? He closed his eyes briefly, like the question physically hurt. When he opened them again, they were wet. For us, he said, but I was wrong. I see that now. Ava studied him, saw the regret, the exhaustion, the fear he tried so hard to hide. She stepped forward slowly until they were inches apart. Then prove it, she said softly. Tomorrow, or the next day, or whenever the board meeting ends, but prove it, because I can take the headlines. I can take the comments. What I can't take is feeling like you're ashamed of me, like I'm still the temporary wife you need to manage. He reached for her again. This time she let him. His hands framed her face, gentle, trembling slightly. I'm not ashamed, he said fiercely. I'm terrified of losing you, of losing this, of screwing up the one real thing I've ever had. She covered his hands with hers. Then don't screw it up by staying silent. He nodded once sharp, I won't. He pulled her into his arms, crushing her against his chest like he was afraid she'd slip away. She let him. They stood like that, rain tapping the window, world raging outside, while inside, the first real fracture of their new beginning showed. Not irreparable, but real and painful, because love, even the deepest kind, didn't erase fear. It just forced you to face it. And Alexander Blackwood, cold, controlled, calculating, was finally learning how, even if it hurt, even if it took everything he had. Chapter 21. Leaving the mansion. The rain had stopped by morning, but the air still felt heavy, saturated, like the storm had never really left. Ava stood in her old room, the one that had never truly felt like hers, suitcase open on the bed. She moved methodically, folded jeans, tucked shirts, zipped toiletries into a small pouch. No tears, no dramatic music in her head, just quiet, deliberate motion. She hadn't slept much. After their argument in the library, Alexander had tried to hold her. She'd let him for a few minutes, then slipped away to the guest suite down the hall. The connecting door stayed closed. For the first time since they'd started sharing a bed, she slept alone. Now the suitcase was half full. She paused at the dresser, fingers brushing the small notebook she'd kept since the early days, the one where she'd written, I will not break after the gala humiliation. She flipped it open to the last entry, written 2 nights ago in the aftermath of their first real night together. He loves me, I love him, the contract is dead, forever starts now. She stared at the words until they blurred, Then she closed the notebook, tucked it into the side pocket of the suitcase. Downstairs, the house was too quiet. The staff had been given the morning off, Alexander's order, probably. He didn't want witnesses to whatever came next. She found him in the kitchen. He stood at the island, back to her, hands braced on the marble, head bowed, shirt untucked, hair disheveled, coffee untouched beside him. He didn't turn when she entered, but he knew. "I heard the wheels on the suitcase," he said quietly. Ava stopped a few feet away. "I'm leaving," she said, simple, final. His knuckles whitened on the counter. "For how long?" "I don't know." He turned then slowly. His face was pale, eyes red-rimmed. The man who'd always looked unbreakable looked broken. "Ava." "Don't," her voice cracked on the single word. She swallowed hard. "Don't try to talk me out of it, not yet." He stepped forward, instinct, then stopped when she raised a hand. "I need space," she said. "I need to breathe without feeling like I'm waiting for you to decide if I'm worth defending. I need to remember who I was before I walked into your office and signed away a year of my life." His throat worked. "I know I screwed up," he said, voice raw. "I know I hurt you. I was trying to protect the deal, the company, us. But you protected everything except me." She met his gaze, steady, even though her chest ached. "When the world called me a gold digger, a liar, a placeholder, you let them. You chose silence. And silence feels like agreement when you're the one being torn apart." Alexander closed his eyes, briefly, like the words were physical blows. "I was wrong," he whispered. "I see that now. I should have stood up the second the first headline dropped. I should have posted. I should have called every damn reporter myself and told them the truth, that you're the best thing that ever happened to me, that I love you, that I'd burn it all down before I let anyone hurt you again." Ava's eyes stung. "But you didn't," she said softly. "No." He opened his eyes, wet, desperate. "I didn't. And I'll spend the rest of my life making that right if you let me." She shook her head slow. "Not yet," she repeated. I can't keep hoping you'll choose me over control. I need to know you will, without me standing here reminding you." He took another step, slow, careful. "Where will you go?" "My dad's place. For now, it's quiet, it's familiar, I need familiar." Alexander nodded, once jaw tight. "I'll drive you." "No," she swallowed. "I called a car, it's waiting." His face crumpled, just for a second before he forced it back into control. "Okay." Silence stretched, painful, thick. Ava picked up her suitcase handle. Alexander watched helpless. At the doorway she paused. "I'm not leaving you," she said quietly. "I'm leaving the version of us where I have to beg to be seen. When you're ready to fight for me the way I've fought for you, every single time, then call me. I'll answer." He didn't speak. Couldn't. She walked out, through the foyer, past the staircase where he'd once carried her, past the kitchen where they'd almost kissed, past the library where she'd first written her promise not to break. The front door opened. The car waited, black SUV, driver holding the rear door. She slid inside. The door closed with a soft, final click. As the car pulled down the long driveway, Ava looked back once. Alexander stood on the front steps, alone, hands in his pockets, watching her go. He didn't move. He didn't wave. He just stood there, rain starting again, soft and steady, until the gates closed behind her. Inside the car, Ava pressed her forehead to the cool window. Tears came then, silent, hot, unstoppable. She didn't wipe them away. She let them fall, because sometimes love required distance. Sometimes love required proof. And sometimes love required walking away long enough for the other person to run after you. She closed her eyes. The mansion disappeared behind her. and for the first time in months, she felt the weight of the contract lift completely. Not because it was gone, but because she'd finally chosen herself. Chapter 22: Silence in the Penthouse. The penthouse downtown felt colder than the mansion ever had. Alexander had moved back here the day after Ava left, 3 days ago now. The mansion was too big, too full of echoes, her laugh in the kitchen, her footsteps on the stairs, the scent of her shampoo lingering on his pillow. He couldn't breathe in that house without her in it. So he'd packed a single bag, told the staff he'd be working from the city, and driven himself to the sleek glass tower overlooking the harbor. The penthouse was exactly as he'd left it months ago, minimalist, pristine, impersonal, floor-to-ceiling windows framing the glittering skyline. Black leather furniture. A single abstract painting on the wall that cost more than most people's homes. No flowers, no books out of place, no signs of life. He sat on the edge of the sectional in the dark, only the city lights bleeding through the glass. No lamp on, no television, just silence. And her absence screaming louder than any storm. He hadn't slept properly since she walked out the front door. 3 nights of staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment. The way she'd paused at the threshold, the quiet strength in her voice when she said, "I'm not leaving you. I'm leaving the version of us where I have to beg to be seen." The way the car's taillights had disappeared behind the gates while he stood frozen on the steps like a fool. He wanted to chase her. He wanted to drop to his knees and beg, but she'd asked for space. And for once in his life, he was trying to listen. His phone sat face down on the coffee table, screen lighting up every few minutes with notifications he ignored. PR updates, board emails, Langford's team requesting an urgent call. He hadn't answered any of them. The deal could wait. The company could wait. She couldn't. He picked up the phone anyway, thumb hovering over her contact. He'd typed and deleted a dozen messages since she left. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Come home, I love you." None of them felt enough. He set the phone down again. Hard, the sound echoed in the empty space. He stood, walked to the window, pressed his forehead to the cool glass. The city sprawled below, endless lights, endless movement, endless indifference. He remembered the first night she'd moved into the mansion. How she'd stood in the foyer looking small against the grandeur, suitcase beside her like an anchor. How he'd given her rules instead of welcome. How she'd still found ways to make the house feel alive, fresh flowers on the table, music playing softly in the kitchen, her quiet humming when she thought he wasn't listening. Now the penthouse felt like a tomb. He turned, walked to the kitchen, opened the fridge out of habit. Empty except for a bottle of water and half a lemon. He closed it, leaned against the counter, closed his eyes. Memories came unbidden. Her defending him at the press conference, chin high, voice steady. Her hand in his during his fever, cool cloth, soft words. Her body under his that first real night, whispers of love between kisses. Her walking away 3 days ago, back straight, suitcase wheels rolling like final punctuation. His chest ached, sharp physical pain. He slid down the cabinets until he sat on the cold tile floor, head in his hands. For the first time in years, maybe ever, he let himself feel it fully. The emptiness, the regret, the fear that he might have lost her for good. He didn't cry, not quite. But the silence did something worse. It forced him to listen to the truth he'd avoided for too long. She had given him everything: loyalty, forgiveness, love, strength. And he had given her silence when she needed his voice most. He pulled his phone toward him across the floor. This time he didn't delete the message. He typed, "I'm sorry, I was wrong to stay silent. I was wrong to let them hurt you while I hid behind excuses. You were right, I chose control over us. And I hate myself for it. I miss you. Every second, every breath." I'm ready to fight for you, for us. No more containment, no more safety, just truth. Whenever you're ready to hear it, whenever you're ready to see me, I'll be here, I love you, always." He stared at the words. Thumb hovered over send, then he pressed it. The message delivered, no dots, no reply. He set the phone down, leaned his head back against the cabinet, and waited. In the silence of the penthouse, for the first time, he didn't try to fill it. He let it hurt. Because the pain was proof he could still feel something real. And right now, real was all he had left. He closed his eyes. Somewhere across the city, in a small house filled with familiar smells and old memories, Ava's phone lit up on her nightstand. She stared at the screen, his name glowing in the dark. She didn't open it. Not yet. But she didn't delete it either. She just watched the notifications sit there. And for the first time since she left, the ache in her chest felt a little less like goodbye, and a little more like possibility. Chapter 23, Memories of Her Smile. The penthouse had become a prison of glass and silence. Alexander hadn't left it in 4 days. He worked from the dining table, laptop open, spreadsheets glowing blue against the dark, but the numbers blurred. Meetings were canceled. Emails sat unread. The Langford acquisition, once the center of his universe, felt distant, irrelevant. He couldn't focus, because every quiet moment brought her back, not in anger, not in regret, in fragments so vivid they stole his breath. He remembered her smile first. The small, secret one she wore when she caught him staring in the kitchen, half amused, half daring him to admit it. The way her lips curved just enough to show the dimple on her left cheek, the one he'd kissed that first real night in bed. He remembered her laugh, rare at first, guarded, but growing freer over months. The loud, unself-conscious one that burst out when he burned toast trying to make her breakfast. The soft, breathy one she gave when he kissed the spot behind her ear. The way it echoed in the mansion halls like music he hadn't known he was missing until it stopped. He remembered her eyes. The way they softened when she looked at him after he confessed his past in that small study. Storm gray meeting storm gray, no judgment, only understanding. The way they sparkled with mischief when she teased him about his rules. The way they filled with tears, not weakness, but fierce, honest feeling when she defended him on that rooftop terrace. He remembered her hands, cool against his fevered forehead, steady when she held his during thunderstorms, trembling slightly when she first touched him in bed, like she couldn't believe he was real. The way her fingers fit perfectly between his when they walked together, no cameras, no pretense. He remembered her body under his, warm, responsive, trusting. The way she arched when he kissed her throat. The quiet gasps she made when he moved inside her. The way she clung to him afterward, not possessively, but like she'd finally found home. He remembered her strength. The way she'd squared her shoulders at the press conference and spoken for him when he wouldn't speak for himself. The way she'd walked out of the mansion with her head high, suitcase rolling, refusing to beg for what she deserved. And he remembered the moment she left. The quiet click of the front door, the tail lights fading, the silence that followed louder than any argument. He sat on the floor now, back against the window, knees drawn up, phone in his hand. He hadn't heard from her since he sent that message 4 days ago. No reply, no dots, nothing, but he hadn't stopped checking. He opened their text thread again, stared at his own words. I miss you, every second, every breath. He scrolled up older messages from happier days. Her, made coffee. Come down before it gets cold. Hot beverage him, on my way. Her, you're staring again, him, can't help it. Simple, domestic, real. He closed his eyes. Another memory surfaced, unbidden, sharp. The night after the charity gala dance, the almost kiss on the balcony. How she'd stood there in sapphire silk, moonlight on her skin, looking at him like he was worth something. He'd almost said it then. I need you. He hadn't. He regretted every unsaid word now. He opened his eyes. The city glittered below, cold, indifferent. He stood, walked to the bar cart, poured 2 fingers of whiskey. Didn't drink it. Just held the glass, watched the amber catch the city lights. Then he set it down untouched, walked to the bedroom. The bed was still made, crisp, untouched since he'd arrived. He sat on the edge, pulled open the nightstand drawer. Inside, the small black notebook she'd left behind in her rush to pack. It must have slipped out of her suitcase pocket. He opened it, careful, reverent. Her handwriting filled the pages. Early entries, anger, resolve, I will not break. Later, hope. He looked at me tonight like I mattered. Then, love, he said it. I said it back. Forever starts now. The last page, written the morning she left. I'm not running. I'm giving him the chance to chase what he claims to want. If he doesn't, then I was wrong about us. But I don't think I was. Alexander's vision blurred. He closed the notebook, pressed it to his chest. For the first time since she walked out, he let the tears come. Quiet, silent, devastating, not sobs, just slow, hot tracks down his face, because she hadn't been wrong. And he was finally ready to prove it. He stood, picked up his phone. This time he didn't text. He opened his calendar, cleared every meeting for the next week. Then he opened his email, typed a single subject line to his executive assistant. Reschedule everything. Personal emergency. Hit send. Then he walked to the closet, pulled out a coat, and for the first time in days, he moved with purpose, because memories weren't enough. He needed her smile back. He needed her. And he was done waiting for permission to fight for what mattered most. Chapter 24, The Accident. The call came at 7:42 p.m. Alexander was still in the penthouse. Coat on, keys in hand, halfway to the elevator when his phone rang. Unknown number. Local area code. He almost ignored it. Then something, instinct, dread, the ghost of her voice in his head made him answer. Mr. Blackwood. A woman's voice, professional, calm, but edged with urgency. This is Officer Ramirez, Boston PD. We're trying to reach next of kin for Ava Reynolds. The world tilted. His hand tightened on the phone so hard the case creaked. What happened? His voice came out flat, too controlled. There was a car accident on Route 9 just outside the city. Minor collision, but the other driver ran a red light. Ms. Reynolds was transported to Mass General. She's stable, but... He didn't hear the rest. The phone slipped from his fingers, clattered on marble. He was already moving, elevator button smashed, doors opening too slowly, stairs when the car took too long. Heart slamming against his ribs. Breath short, vision tunneling. Stable, the word repeated like a mantra. Stable, stable, stable. He didn't remember the drive. Only fragments, rain-slick streets, red lights ignored, horn blaring behind him, knuckles white on the wheel. He parked crooked in the emergency lot, didn't care, ran through the sliding doors. The ER smelled of antiseptic and fear. He pushed past the desk, voice rough, breaking. Ava Reynolds. Accident, where is she? The nurse looked up, recognized him instantly from the news. Sir, family only. I'm her husband. The words tore out, raw, possessive, true. The nurse hesitated, then nodded. Trauma Bay 4, she's conscious. Minor injuries, concussion, fractured wrist, some bruising, they're running tests. He didn't wait for more. He found the bay, curtain half drawn. Ava lay on the gurney, pale, eyes closed, left wrist in a temporary splint, small cut above her eyebrow taped, IV line in her right arm. Monitors beeped steady. Oxygen mask discarded on the pillow. She looked small, fragile, nothing like the woman who'd walked out of his mansion with her head high. Alexander stopped in the doorway, chest heaving. Her eyes fluttered open. Found him, for a second nothing. Then her lips parted. Alexander. He crossed the room in 2 strides, dropped to his knees beside the bed, took her uninjured hand in both of his. "I'm here," he rasped. "I'm here." Tears, hers, his spilled at the same time. She squeezed his hand, weak but real. "You came," she whispered. He pressed his forehead to her knuckles, shoulders shaking. "I should have come sooner," he choked. "I should have never let you walk out alone. I should have." SHH, her good hand lifted, trembling, brushed his hair back. "You're here now." He looked up, eyes red, devastated. "I'm so sorry," he said, voice cracking on every word. "For the silence, for the fear, for letting you think you weren't worth fighting for. I was wrong. I was so fucking wrong." She smiled, small, pained, but real. "I know." A sob escaped him, quiet, broken. He pressed his lips to her palm, lingering, then to her forehead, careful of the cut. "I love you," he whispered against her skin. "I love you so much it hurts, and I'm never letting you go again. Not because of a contract, not because of a deal, because I can't breathe without you." Tears slipped down her cheeks. "I love you too," she breathed. "Always did." The curtain rustled, a doctor stepping in. "Mr. Blackwood, we need to take her up for a CT scan. Routine, but we want to rule out anything internal." Alexander stood, didn't let go of her hand. "I'm coming with her." The doctor nodded, no argument. They wheeled her out, Alexander walking beside the gurney, never releasing her fingers. In the hallway, harsh fluorescent lights, beeping machines, hurried footsteps. He leaned down. "I'm not leaving," he said, fierce, quiet. "Not tonight, not tomorrow, not ever." She squeezed back, stronger this time. "I know." The elevator doors closed. And in that small metal box, rising toward answers, toward healing, Alexander finally understood. Some things couldn't be contained. Some things couldn't be controlled. Some things, love, fear, regret, could only be felt, and he was finally ready to feel it all, for her, for them, for whatever came next. Chapter 25, Breaking Down. The CT scan room was cold, sterile white walls, low hum of machines, the faint metallic scent of equipment. Ava lay on the narrow table, eyes closed, left arm immobilized in its splint, IV line taped to her right hand. The technician had just left to review the images with the radiologist. Alexander sat on the small, rolling stool beside her, still holding her good hand as if letting go might make her disappear again. He hadn't spoken since they wheeled her in. He just watched her, chest rising and falling in steady rhythm, small cut above her eyebrow already bruising purple, dark lashes fanned against pale cheeks. Every few seconds his thumb stroked the back of her hand, slow, unconscious like a prayer. The door opened. The doctor, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a clipboard, stepped in. "Everything looks clear," she said. "No internal bleeding, no skull fracture. Mild concussion as expected. The wrist fracture is clean, distal radius, non-displaced. We'll cast it, give you pain meds, and you can go home tonight with strict rest instructions. No driving, no screens for 48 hours. Someone to watch you for the next day or two." Ava exhaled, relief soft in her voice. "Thank you." The doctor nodded, glanced at Alexander. "She'll need supervision. Concussions can be sneaky." Alexander's voice was rough. "She'll have it." The doctor left them with discharge papers and a promise someone would be in soon for the cast. Silence settled again. Ava turned her head slowly, carefully toward him. "You're shaking," she whispered. He looked down, saw his own hand trembling around hers. He tried to steady it. failed, then quiet, broken, he spoke. I thought I'd lost you. The words cracked open something inside him. His shoulders bowed. His breath hitched once, twice. Then the dam broke. Tears came fast, silent at first, then ragged sobs he couldn't contain. He dropped his forehead to their joined hands, shoulders heaving, body curling in on itself like he was trying to disappear. I thought, his voice shattered. I thought I'd never get to tell you again, that I'd never get to hold you. That the last thing you'd remember was me letting you walk away without fighting. I thought. He couldn't finish. Ava lifted her good hand, slow, careful, threaded her fingers through his hair. "SHH," she murmured. "I'm here, I'm right here." He shook his head, forehead still pressed to her knuckles. "I'm so sorry," he choked. "For every time I stayed silent. For every time I chose control over you. For every headline I let stand because I was scared of losing the deal, the image, the safety. I was so fucking scared of losing control that I almost lost you instead." Tears dripped onto her skin, hot, relentless. "I love you," he said, voice raw, wrecked. "I love you so much it terrifies me, and I almost let that fear win. I almost let them tear you down while I hid. I'm never doing that again. Never. I'll burn every bridge, every deal, every boardroom if it means keeping you safe. If it means proving I choose you. Every time. No exceptions." Ava's own tears slipped free, silent tracks down her temples. She tugged gently on his hair, urging him up. He lifted his head, eyes red, devastated, but blazing with something new, something unbreakable. She cupped his cheek, thumb brushing away tears. "I know," she whispered. "I know you do." He leaned into her touch like a man starved. "I'm sorry," he repeated, over and over, soft mantra against her palm. "I'm so sorry." She smiled, small, pained, but real. "I forgive you." The words hit him like a blow. He exhaled, shuddering, then pressed his lips to her forehead, lingering, reverent. "I don't deserve that," he murmured. "You do." Her voice was steady despite the tears. "Because you're here, because you came, because you're crying in a hospital room instead of hiding behind a press release. That's enough for me." He pulled back just enough to look at her, really look. "I'm taking you home," he said, voice thick but certain. "Our home, the mansion, no more penthouse, no more separate lives. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to fight for you. I'm going to love you so loudly the whole world hears it." Ava's smile widened, despite the ache in her head, the throb in her wrist. "I'd like that." A nurse knocked, entered with casting supplies. Alexander didn't let go of her hand the entire time. He stayed, thumb stroking her knuckles, while they wrapped her wrist in bright blue fiberglass. When they were finally cleared, discharge papers signed, pain meds in a bag, instructions printed, he helped her into the wheelchair. She looked up at him, eyes soft. "Take me home," she said quietly. He leaned down, kissed her gently, careful of the cut, careful of everything. "Always," he answered. They left the hospital side by side, his arm around her shoulders, her good hand in his. Rain had started again, soft, steady. He held an umbrella over them both. And for the first time in days, the silence between them wasn't heavy, it was healing. Chapter 26, Her Walls Rise. The mansion looked different in daylight after the hospital. Sunlight poured through every window, bright, unforgiving, highlighting dust motes in the air, the faint fingerprints on the glass, the empty spaces where small things used to be. Her notebook on the coffee table, her favorite mug in the sink, the throw blanket she always curled under on the sofa. Ava walked slowly through the foyer, wrist in a fresh blue cast, head still throbbing faintly under the concussion's lingering fog. Alexander stayed one step behind her, close enough to catch her if she swayed, far enough to give her room. He carried her small hospital bag like it weighed nothing. She paused at the base of the staircase. Memories flickered. Him carrying her up those steps after their first real night together, laughing softly against her hair. Now the stairs looked too tall. Too steep, Alexander noticed. "I can carry you," he offered, voice gentle, careful. She shook her head. "I can walk." He nodded, didn't push. They went up together, her good hand on the railing, his hand hovering at her lower back, never quite touching. In the master suite, the bed was freshly made, sheets crisp, pillows fluffed. The connecting door to her old room stood open, silent invitation or quiet reminder, she wasn't sure. Alexander set the bag on the chaise. "I'll get you water. Pain meds are in the bag. The nurse said every 4 hours. I'll." "Alexander." He stopped. She turned to face him slowly. "I need time." His face changed, subtle, but she saw it, the flinch, the fear. "Not leaving," she clarified quickly. "Just space. In here, in my head. I need to process everything. The accident, the hospital, coming back. You crying beside my bed like the world was ending." He swallowed hard. "Okay," he said, voice thick. "Whatever you need." She studied him, saw the exhaustion etched around his eyes, the way his shoulders stayed tense even now. "You haven't slept," she said, not a question. "Not much." "You should rest too." "I will," a small, crooked smile, "after I know you're settled." She nodded once. Then she walked to the bed, sat on the edge, kicked off her shoes with careful movements. Alexander moved to help, kneeling to slide the second shoe free when her cast made it awkward. Their eyes met close, raw. "Thank you," she whispered. He pressed a soft kiss to her knee, brief, reverent, then stood. "I'll be downstairs, or in the study. Or wherever you want me to be. Just call or text, or yell, I'll hear you." She gave a small smile, tired but real. "I know." He lingered at the door, hand on the frame. "Avas." She looked up. "I'm not going anywhere," he said quietly. "But I'm also not going to crowd you. You set the pace, I'll follow." She nodded, throat tight. He left, door clicking softly behind him. Silence settled. Ava lay back carefully, stared at the ceiling. The room smelled like him, sandalwood, clean linen, the faint trace of his cologne on the pillows. It should have comforted her. Instead, it hurt. Because everything felt fragile now. She loved him deeply, irrevocably. But love didn't erase the memory of silence when she needed his voice most. Love didn't erase the headlines still circulating, the comments still stinging. Love didn't erase the fear that if she let him all the way back in too fast, too fully, he might retreat again when the next crisis came. So she built walls, not high, not cold, just enough. She pulled the blanket over herself, cast awkward against her side, closed her eyes. Downstairs, Alexander stood in the kitchen, hands braced on the island, staring at nothing. He wanted to go back up. Wanted to hold her until the concussion fog lifted and the bruises faded and she smiled at him without reservation. But he didn't, because she'd asked for space. And for the first time, he was going to give it, even if it killed him. He poured a glass of water, set it on a tray with her meds, a small vase with one white rose from the garden, a note he wrote in careful handwriting. "Rest, I'm here when you're ready. No pressure, no timeline, just us." He carried the tray upstairs, set it quietly on the nightstand. She was asleep, breathing slow, face turned toward his pillow. He watched her for one long moment, chest aching. Then he left again, door left cracked just enough. Back downstairs, he sat on the sofa, head in his hands, and waited, because sometimes forgiveness wasn't instant. Sometimes trust had to be rebuilt brick by brick, and he was ready to lay every single one, even if it took forever, even if she needed every wall she'd built. He'd wait, he'd prove it, and when she was ready, he'd be there. No silence. No retreat, just love, loud, steady, unshakable. Chapter 26, His Real Confession. The mansion felt different with her in it again. Not louder, not warmer, just alive, even in the quiet. Ava spent the first full day mostly in bed, concussion protocol, doctor's orders. She napped in fits, read a little on her e-reader, screen dimmed, time limited, stared out the window at the gardens still glistening from last night's rain. Alexander came and went, bringing trays of tea, fresh fruit, soup she barely touched. He never lingered unless she asked. Never pushed. He just existed nearby. A steady presence she could feel even when he wasn't in the room. By evening, the fog in her head had lifted enough for clarity, enough for questions, enough for fear. She found him in the small study, the one where he'd once told her about his mother, his father, the walls he'd built. He sat in the armchair, lamp on low, her black notebook open on his lap. He wasn't reading it anymore, just holding it. Fingers tracing the cover like it was fragile. He looked up when she appeared in the doorway, leaning on the frame, cast awkward against her side, wearing one of his old t-shirts that hung to mid-thigh. "You're up," he said, voice soft, careful. She nodded. Head still hurts, but better. He closed the notebook, set it aside, stood slowly. Need anything? Water, pain meds. She shook her head. I need to talk. His throat worked, visible swallow. Okay. She walked in, slow steps, sat on the small sofa opposite his chair. The space between them felt both too wide and too narrow. Alexander sat again, elbows on knees, hands clasped tight. She looked at him, really looked. The shadows under his eyes were darker, jaw unshaven, shoulders carrying weight she could almost see. You cried, she said quietly. Not accusation, observation. He nodded once. In the hospital, in front of doctors, nurses, you didn't care who saw. I didn't, his voice was rough. I couldn't stop. She studied him. Why? He exhaled, long, shaky. Because I saw you on that gurney, pale, bruised, small, and every regret I've ever had hit at once. Every time I stayed silent. Every time I let fear win. Every time I made you feel invisible when you were the only thing that ever made me feel seen. Ava's chest tightened. He continued, words coming faster now, like they'd been waiting. I spent my life thinking control was safety, that if I never let anyone close, no one could leave, no one could hurt me. Then you came in, signed that paper, moved into my house, started breaking every rule I made without even trying. You cared when I was sick. You defended me when I wouldn't defend myself. You loved me when I didn't know how to be loved. He looked at her, eyes raw, unguarded. And I almost lost you because I was still too scared to speak up. Too scared to stand in front of the world and say, this woman is mine. Not because of a contract, not because of optics, because she chose me, every day, even when I didn't deserve it. Tears welled in his eyes again, unashamed. I don't want to be that man anymore, he said. The one who hides, the one who calculates risk instead of feeling it. I want to be the man who runs into hospitals, who cries in public, who posts stupid photos of us on every platform just to shut up the rumors, who tells the board, the press, my mother, everyone that you're not temporary, you're forever, and if they don't like it, they can go to hell. Ava's own tears slipped free quiet. He stood, slow crossed the space between them, knelt in front of her so they were eye level. I love you, he said, clear, fierce, no hesitation. Not the idea of you, not the optics, not the convenience. You, the woman who writes promises to herself in notebooks. The woman who hums off-key in the kitchen. The woman who walked away because she knew her worth. The woman who came back anyway. He took her good hand, pressed it to his chest over his heart. "I don't know when it happened," he whispered, echoing words he'd almost said in the rain. "But I need you. I need you like air, like gravity, like the next breath. And I'm done pretending otherwise." Ava searched his face, saw the truth there. No walls, no calculation, just him. She lifted her casted hand, awkwardly brushed her knuckles against his cheek. "I'm scared," she admitted, voice small. "Scared that the next crisis will bring the silence back. Scared that love won't always be louder than fear." He nodded slow. "I know, and I'll spend every day proving it won't. Not with words, with actions, with time, with everything I have." She leaned forward, forehead to his. "I believe you," she whispered. A small, broken sound escaped him, relief so sharp it hurt. He kissed her then, soft, careful, mindful of her injuries, but deep enough to say everything words couldn't. When they parted, breathing mingled, he rested his forehead against hers again. "Thank you," he murmured, "for coming back, for giving me a chance to get it right." She smiled, small real. "We get it right together." He helped her stand, arm around her waist, guided her back to the bedroom. No rush tonight. Just them lying side by side, her head on his shoulder, his fingers in her hair. The walls she'd raised were still there, lower now, cracked, letting light in, and he was content to wait until they crumbled completely. Because this time, he wasn't going anywhere. And neither was she. Chapter 27, Fighting for Her Love. The days that followed were slow, deliberate. Ava moved through the mansion like someone relearning its shape. Careful steps on the stairs, quiet hours in the library, longer naps in the afternoons when the concussion still tugged at her edges. The cast on her wrist itched under the fiberglass, a constant reminder of fragility, but she refused help with most things: dressing, brushing her hair, making tea. Small acts of independence. Small proofs she could stand alone. Alexander didn't crowd her. He didn't beg for forgiveness in every breath. He simply showed up, every single day, in ways that spoke louder than apologies. He woke before her each morning, coffee ready in her favorite mug, the one she'd once left in the kitchen sink, pain meds lined up on the nightstand with a glass of water, a fresh white rose from the garden placed beside them. No note, no pressure, just presence. He cooked dinner, simple things. Grilled chicken with herbs from the patio pots, roasted vegetables, rice she liked with a touch of saffron. He ate with her at the small table in the breakfast nook, not the formal dining room. Conversations stayed light. The weather, a book she was reading, the way the roses were blooming late this year. He never pushed for more, never asked when she'd be ready. He handled the outside world so she didn't have to. The headlines still circulated, some fading, some viciously persistent. He didn't issue more statements through PR. Instead, he posted once, personally on his verified accounts. A single photo, them on the balcony months ago, her head on his shoulder, his arm around her waist, city lights blurred behind them. No caption, just the image, and below it 3 words. "She's my forever." Comments exploded, some supportive, some cruel. He didn't reply to any. He muted notifications, let the photo speak. He met with the board face-to-face, no video call. Told them the Langford deal was on hold until they respected his personal life. Told them if they pushed, he'd walk. The room went silent. He didn't wait for their approval. He left. He called his mother speakerphone, Ava sitting across from him on the sofa, listening. "Mother," he said, voice calm, final. "Ava is my wife. My partner, my choice. If you can't accept her, you don't have to be part of our lives, but you will not disrespect her. Not again." Silence on the line, then a soft exhale. "I understand, Alexander." He ended the call, looked at Ava. "She'll come around," he said quietly, "or she won't. Either way, you come first." Ava's eyes stung. She didn't speak, but she reached for his hand, good one overcast, and squeezed. That night, she let him hold her while they watched an old movie on the living room screen, her head on his chest, his fingers combing gently through her hair. No pressure for more, no expectation, just closeness. The next morning, she found a small box on the kitchen island. Inside, a new key, sleek, matte black, engraved on the side in tiny script, "Home isn't a place. It's you." No note. She slipped it onto her keyring, next to the old mansion key he'd given her months ago. She didn't say thank you, but when he walked in fresh from a run, shirt damp, hair tousled, she crossed the room, wrapped her good arm around his waist, buried her face in his chest. He froze for one heartbeat, then his arms came around her. Careful, reverent. They stood like that, middle of the kitchen, sunlight streaming in until her breathing steadied. "I'm still scared," she whispered against his shirt. "Yes, I know. But I'm trying." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "That's all I want." She pulled back, looked up at him. "I need time," she said again, "but I don't want to be alone in it." His eyes softened, relief raw and bright. "Then you won't be." He kissed her forehead, lingering. Then stepped back, gave her space again. She watched him leave the kitchen, broad shoulders, steady stride. And for the first time since the accident, since she left, since the silence that almost broke them, she felt the walls crack wider. Not gone, but thinner, letting light in, letting him in, one small gesture at a time, one quiet morning at a time, one choice to stay at a time, because love wasn't a single confession. It was the thousand small fights to keep showing up, and he was fighting every day. For her, for them, and she was finally starting to believe he might just win. Chapter 28, Standing Against His Mother. The call came on a quiet Tuesday afternoon. Ava was in the garden, cast finally off after 6 weeks, wrist still tender but free, cutting late-blooming roses with small, careful snips. The sun was warm on her shoulders, bees hummed lazily around the lavender. She felt almost normal again, almost whole. Alexander found her there. He stood at the edge of the stone path, phone in hand, expression unreadable except for the tight line of his jaw. "She's here," he said quietly. "In the driveway. She wants to talk." Ava straightened, clippers still in her good hand. "Your mother." He nodded once. Ava set the clippers down on the bench. "I'll come in." "You don't have to." "I know," she brushed dirt from her palms, "but I want to." He studied her, searching for hesitation, for fear. Found none. He exhaled, slow, relieved. They walked back to the house together, side by side, not touching, but close enough that their shadows overlapped on the path. Eleanor Blackwood waited in the formal living room, standing near the fireplace, back straight, cream silk blouse and tailored trousers immaculate. Diamonds at her ears and throat caught the light like small blades. She looked exactly as Ava remembered from the wedding photos, elegant, distant, untouchable. She turned when they entered. Her eyes flicked over Ava, wrist still faintly scarred, faint yellow bruise fading at her temple, then settled on Alexander. "Darling," she said, voice cool, measured. "You look tired." He didn't smile. "Mother." Eleanor's gaze slid back to Ava. "And Ava, I heard about the accident. I'm glad you're recovering." Ava inclined her head, polite, not warm. "Thank you." Silence stretched, thin, brittle. Eleanor set her handbag on the side table, deliberate motion. "I've seen the headlines," she said. "The photo you posted. The delay on the Langford deal. The board is concerned." Alexander's voice was flat. "The board's concern is noted." Eleanor lifted one brow. You're letting personal matters interfere with business. Again. Ava felt Alexander tense beside her. He stepped forward, just half a step, placing himself slightly between them. Personal matters. He repeated, quiet, dangerous. You mean my wife, the woman I love, the woman who almost died because I was too afraid to stand up for her sooner. Eleanor's lips thinned. I raised you to prioritize legacy, stability, not. Not what? Alexander cut in. Not love, not loyalty. Not the one person who's ever looked at me and seen more than a name on a balance sheet. Eleanor's eyes narrowed. You're being dramatic. No, he shook his head slow. I'm being honest for once. He turned slightly, looked at Ava. She met his gaze, steady. He looked back at his mother. I married Ava under a contract. Yes, to save her father's business, to smooth optics for the board. But somewhere between the rules I made and the walls I built, she changed everything. She stayed when I pushed. She fought for me when I wouldn't fight for myself. She loved me when I didn't know how to accept it. His voice dropped, raw, unwavering. And when the world tried to tear her down, when they called her a gold digger, a liar, a placeholder, I stayed silent, because I thought control mattered more than truth. I was wrong. Eleanor's expression flickered, something almost like surprise. I almost lost her, he continued. Because of that silence, because of fear, and I will never make that mistake again. He took Ava's hand, gently but firmly threaded their fingers. So if the board is concerned, if you're concerned, then be concerned about this. I choose her. Over the deal, over legacy, over everything. And if that costs me the company, the fortune, the name, then it costs me, but I won't cost her. Not again. Silence. Eleanor stared at him, long, unblinking. Then her gaze shifted to Ava. You must be very proud, she said, voice softer, almost careful. Ava met her eyes. I'm proud of him, she answered quietly. Every day. Eleanor exhaled, small, almost imperceptible. Then slowly she nodded. I see. She picked up her handbag. I won't interfere, she said. Not anymore, but I expect to be invited to the real wedding when you're ready. Alexander's grip on Ava's hand tightened, surprise flickering across his face. Eleanor gave the smallest of smiles, almost tender. I'm not blind, darling. I see what she's done for you, what you're doing for her. She walked toward the door, paused. Take care of each other, she said, quiet, final. Then she left. The front door closed softly behind her. Ava and Alexander stood motionless for a long moment. Then he turned to her, eyes searching. You didn't have to stand here, he said. I wanted to. He cupped her face, thumbs stroking her cheekbones. I meant every word. As I know. He kissed her slow, deep, grateful. When they parted, he rested his forehead against hers. No more silence, he whispered. No more walls, she answered. They stood there, sunlight slanting through the windows, hands clasped, hearts aligned. The fight wasn't over, but the war was won, and for the first time, neither of them doubted the outcome. Chapter 29, Standing Against His Mother. The invitation arrived in a cream envelope, thick paper, embossed with the Blackwood family crest, delivered by courier the next morning. Inside, a single card. Eleanor Blackwood requests the pleasure of your company for afternoon tea at the family estate. Saturday, 3:00 p.m. Dress is smart casual. RSVP not required. Ava stared at the card for a long moment, thumb brushing the raised lettering, then looked up at Alexander across the breakfast table. He was already watching her, coffee mug paused halfway to his lips. She wants to see us, Ava said quietly. He set the mug down. She wants to see you. Ava placed the card between them. You think she's ready to accept this, us? I think she's ready to test it. His voice was even, but his eyes held the same guarded tension she'd seen the day Alina appeared unannounced. She's never been one to concede without a final move. Ava exhaled slowly. Then we go together. Alexander studied her, searching for doubt. You sure? I can go alone. Tell her whatever she needs to hear to back off. Ava shook her head. No more hiding behind each other. We face her together, like we'll face everything else. He reached across the table, took her hand, thumb stroking over the faint scar where the cast had been. Okay. Saturday arrived clear and cool, autumn light slanting golden through the trees lining the long driveway to the Blackwood estate. The house was older than the mansion Alexander owned, Georgian brick, ivy climbing the facade, formal gardens stretching behind like a painting. It smelled of old money and older expectations. Alina waited on the terrace, table set for 3, fine china, silver teapot, tiered stand of pastries and finger sandwiches. She rose when they approached, elegant in pearl gray cashmere, hair swept into a low chignon. Alexander, Ava, her voice was polite, cool but not hostile. Thank you for coming. Alexander inclined his head. Mother. They sat, Ava beside him, close enough that their knees brushed under the table. Alina poured tea, steady hands, no tremor. I've read the headlines, she began, straight to the point. Seen the photo you posted. Heard from the board that the Langford deal is paused. Alexander didn't flinch. It's on hold, he confirmed, until certain priorities are realigned. Alina's gaze shifted to Ava. And your priorities have changed. Yes, Ava answered before Alexander could. They have. Alina set her cup down, delicate clink against saucer. I raised my son to protect the family name, the legacy, the stability his father nearly destroyed with his choices. Her lips thinned briefly. I thought marrying for convenience was safer than marrying for love. I was wrong once. I don't want to see him repeat my mistakes. Ava met her eyes steady. Then don't ask him to. Alina blinked surprised. Ava continued, voice calm, clear. I didn't marry Alexander for money. I married him to save my father's store. That was the deal. But love wasn't part of the terms. It happened anyway. It happened because he let me see him, the real him, not the billionaire, not the name on the building. And I stayed. Through the silence, through the headlines, through the accident, I stayed because I love him, not what he can give me, him. Alexander's hand found hers under the table, squeezed once. Alina watched the gesture. I see that now, she said quietly. I saw it the last time I was here. The way he looked at you, like you were the only thing that mattered. She lifted her teacup, took a slow sip. I was wrong about you, Ava. I assumed you were another transaction, another woman who'd leave when the money ran dry or the shine wore off. I was wrong. Ava exhaled, small, surprised. Alina set the cup down. I won't pretend I'm ready to be warm. That's not my nature. But I will stop interfering. I will stop questioning. And I will expect to be part of your lives if you'll allow it. Alexander's grip on Ava's hand tightened. We'd like that, he said, voice low, certain. But only if you respect her. Respect us. No more tests, no more conditions. Alina nodded once. Agreed. Silence fell, lighter now. Alina looked at Ava directly. You're stronger than I gave you credit for, she said. He needs that. He's always needed someone who wouldn't let him hide. Ava smiled, small, real. I know. Alina rose, signaling the end. I'll have the staff prepare a room for the holidays, she said, if you choose to come. Alexander stood, helped Ava up. We'll think about it. Eleanor inclined her head. That's all I ask. They walked back down the terrace steps, hand in hand. Halfway to the car, Alexander stopped, turned to her. You were incredible in there. Ava looked up at him, sunlight catching in her eyes. So were you. He cupped her face, kissed her softly, right there on the gravel drive in full view of the house, the staff, anyone watching. No hiding, no hesitation. When they pulled apart, he rested his forehead against hers. Thank you, he whispered, for standing with me. Always, she answered. They got into the car, drove away from the estate, and for the first time neither of them looked back. The future wasn't in that house. It was in the space between them, hands linked, hearts open, no walls left standing, just love, loud, unapologetic. Forever. Chapter 29, Standing Against His Mother. The invitation arrived in a cream envelope, thick paper, embossed with the Blackwood family crest, delivered by courier the next morning. Inside, a single card. Eleanor Blackwood requests the pleasure of your company for afternoon tea at the family estate. Saturday, 3:00 p.m. Dress is smart casual. RSVP not required. Ava stared at the card for a long moment, thumb brushing the raised lettering, then looked up at Alexander across the breakfast table. He was already watching her, coffee mug paused halfway to his lips. She's here, he said quietly. In the driveway. She wants to talk. Ava straightened, clippers still in her good hand. Your mother. He nodded once. Ava set the clippers down on the bench. I'll come in. You don't have to. I want to. He studied her, searching for doubt, found none. He exhaled, slow, relieved. They walked back to the house together, side by side, not touching, but close enough that their shadows overlapped on the path. Eleanor Blackwood waited in the formal living room, standing near the fireplace, back straight, cream silk blouse and tailored trousers immaculate. Diamonds at her ears and throat caught the light like small blades. She looked exactly as Ava remembered from the wedding photos, elegant, distant, untouchable. She turned when they entered. Her eyes flicked over Ava, wrist still faintly scarred, faint yellow bruise fading at her temple, then settled on Alexander. Darling, she said, voice cool, measured. You look tired. He didn't smile. Mother. Eleanor's gaze slid back to Ava. And Ava, I heard about the accident. I'm glad you're recovering. Ava inclined her head, polite, not warm. Thank you. Silence stretched thin, brittle. Eleanor set her handbag on the side table, deliberate motion. I've seen the headlines, she said. The photo you posted. The delay on the Langford deal. The board is concerned. Alexander's voice was flat. The board's concern is noted. Eleanor lifted one brow. You're letting personal matters interfere with business. Again. Ava felt Alexander tense beside her. He stepped forward, just half a step, placing himself slightly between them. Personal matters. He repeated, quiet, dangerous. You mean my wife, the woman I love, the woman who almost died because I was too afraid to stand up for her sooner. Eleanor's lips thinned. I raised you to prioritize legacy, stability, not. Not what? Alexander cut in. Not love, not loyalty. Not the one person who's ever looked at me and seen more than a name on a balance sheet. Eleanor's eyes narrowed. You're being dramatic. No, he shook his head slow. I'm being honest for once. He turned slightly, looked at Ava. She met his gaze, steady. He looked back at his mother. I married Ava under a contract. Yes, to save her father's business, to smooth optics for the board. But somewhere between the rules I made and the walls I built, she changed everything. She stayed when I pushed. She fought for me when I wouldn't fight for myself. She loved me when I didn't know how to accept it. His voice dropped, raw, unwavering. And when the world tried to tear her down, when they called her a gold digger, a liar, a placeholder, I stayed silent, because I thought control mattered more than truth. I was wrong. Elinor's expression flickered, something almost like surprise. I almost lost her, he continued. Because of that silence, because of fear, and I will never make that mistake again. He took Ava's hand, gently but firmly threaded their fingers. So if the board is concerned, if you're concerned, then be concerned about this. I choose her. Over the deal, over legacy, over everything. And if that costs me the company, the fortune, the name, then it costs me, but I won't cost her. Not again. Silence. Elinor stared at him, long, unblinking. Then her gaze shifted to Ava. You must be very proud, she said, voice softer, almost careful. Ava met her eyes. I'm proud of him, she answered quietly. Every day. Elinor exhaled, small, almost imperceptible. Then slowly she nodded. I see. She picked up her handbag. I won't interfere, she said. Not anymore, but I expect to be invited to the real wedding when you're ready. Alexander's grip on Ava's hand tightened, surprise flickering across his face. Elinor gave the smallest of smiles, almost tender. I'm not blind, darling. I see what she's done for you, what you're doing for her. She walked toward the door, paused. Take care of each other, she said, quiet, final. Then she left. The front door closed softly behind her. Ava and Alexander stood motionless for a long moment. Then he turned to her, eyes searching. You didn't have to stand here, he said. I wanted to. He cupped her face, thumbs stroking her cheekbones. I meant every word. As I know. He kissed her, slow, deep, grateful. When they parted, he rested his forehead against hers. Thank you, he whispered, for standing with me. Always, she answered. They stood there, sunlight slanting through the windows, hands clasped, hearts aligned. The fight wasn't over, but the war was won, and for the first time, neither of them doubted the outcome. Chapter 30, A Public Declaration. The press conference was scheduled for 11:00 a.m. in the atrium of Blackwood Ventures headquarters. The same glass and steel space where Ava had once defended him months ago. Today the chairs were filled. Reporters, analysts, shareholders, a few curious influencers. Cameras lined the back wall. The screens behind the podium displayed the company logo in quiet black and silver, no fanfare, no spin. Alexander stood at the podium in a charcoal suit, tie loosened by one notch, the same way he used to wear it when they were still pretending. But today there was no pretense. Ava stood beside him, close enough that their arms brushed. She wore simple cream linen, dress cut to the knee, hair loose over her shoulders, the faint scar on her wrist barely visible under the light. No stylist, no armor, just her. The room quieted when he stepped to the microphone. No prepared script. No teleprompter, just him. Thank you for coming, he began, voice steady, carrying without effort. I'm not here to announce a deal, a merger, or a quarterly report. I'm here to speak plainly, something I haven't done enough in public, something I haven't done enough in private either. He glanced at Ava, eyes softening for one heartbeat, then back to the room. Months ago, Ava Reynolds and I entered into a marriage contract. It was strategic. It was calculated. I needed optics for the board. She needed to save her father's business. We both signed knowing exactly what it was, temporary. 1 year, no emotions, no complications. A murmur rippled through the crowd. He waited for it to settle. Then something happened that no spreadsheet could predict. She stayed, not because of money, not because of obligation. She stayed because she saw me, the man behind the name, behind the walls, and chose to love him anyway. He took a breath, slow, visible. She defended me when I wouldn't defend myself. She held my hand when I was sick and scared. She walked away when I let silence hurt her more than words ever could. And when she almost died in that accident, when I thought I'd lost her forever, I finally understood. Control is nothing compared to love. Legacy is nothing compared to her. He turned fully toward Ava, took her hand in his, lifted it so the cameras caught the way their fingers laced together. "I love her," he said, clear, unwavering, loud enough for every microphone to carry. Not as a wife on paper, not as a partner in business, as the woman who changed everything. The woman who taught me that real strength isn't holding the world at arm's length. It's letting someone in close enough to break your heart and trusting they won't. He looked back at the room. So to every headline that called her a gold digger, every comment that questioned her motives, every whisper that said this was still a transaction, you were wrong. She's not temporary. She's not leverage. She's my wife, my partner, my forever. And I choose her every single day. No more silence. No more hiding. No more deals over truth. He paused, let the words settle. And to the board, to the shareholders, to anyone watching, if that costs me anything, titles, profits, perception, then it costs me. But I won't pay the price of losing her. Not again. He turned back to Ava, voice dropping, intimate just for her, but the microphones caught every word. "I'm sorry it took me so long to say it publicly, to stand here and say it without fear. But I'm saying it now. I love you, and I'm never letting go." Ava's eyes filled, tears shining but not falling. She squeezed his hand. The room erupted, questions, flashes, applause mixed with murmurs. Alexander didn't answer any of them. He simply turned, pulled Ava into his arms, kissed her. Not staged, not brief, deep, slow, real, right there on live feed in front of every camera, every skeptic, every doubter. When they parted, foreheads pressed together, he whispered only for her, "Thank you for waiting." She smiled, small, radiant. "Thank you for running." They left the podium hand in hand, through the atrium, past the reporters, past the flashes. Security cleared a path, but they didn't rush. They walked slowly, shoulders touching, fingers laced out into the daylight. The world watched, and for the first time, neither of them cared, because the only eyes that mattered were looking at each other, and they liked what they saw. Forever wasn't a contract anymore. It was a promise spoken aloud, sealed in public, unbreakable, and they were finally free to keep it. Chapter 31: Learning to Trust Again. The weeks after the press conference settled into something new, quiet, careful, almost sacred. Ava no longer woke with the instinct to guard herself. The walls she'd rebuilt after the silence, after the accident, after the headlines, they hadn't crumbled overnight. They eroded slowly, brick by brick, in the small, repeated acts of ordinary days. Alexander never asked for more than she was ready to give. He woke early, still the habit of a man who once believed control meant rising before the sun, and made coffee the way she liked it. Strong, black, no sugar, poured into the chipped mug she'd brought from her old apartment. He left it on the nightstand with a single rose from the garden, white, always white, and a note if he had to leave for the office. "Back by 6, call if you need anything, love you." He didn't sign with his full name anymore, just a simple, intimate hers. She read those notes every morning, fingers tracing the sharp, familiar handwriting, and felt the ache in her chest loosen a little more. They started small dates again. Not galas, not charity luncheons. A walk in the public garden on a crisp October afternoon, her hand in his coat pocket because the wind was sharp. He pointed out the swan boats still docked for winter, told her a story about how he used to come here alone as a teenager, pretending he wasn't lonely. She listened. Didn't interrupt. Just squeezed his fingers when the memory turned heavy. A quiet dinner at a small Italian place downtown, no reservation, no private room. They sat in a corner booth, knees touching under the table, sharing tiramisu from the same plate. He fed her the first bite, slow, teasing smile, and she laughed, real, unguarded when cream caught on his lip and she wiped it away with her thumb. He kissed her knuckles afterward, public, unhurried. No cameras rushed them. No whispers followed, just them. Nights were slower still. They slept in the same bed always, but intimacy came in layers. First, holding each other until one of them drifted off, his heartbeat steady under her ear, her fingers tracing the scar along his ribs she'd discovered that first real night. Then, kisses that lingered, slow, deep, no rush to more. His mouth on her throat, her hands in his hair, both of them breathing harder but stopping when she tensed or he felt her hesitate. Then, touches that remembered. His fingers sliding under her shirt, careful, asking until she arched into his palm. Her good hand, the wrist still tender, wrapping around him, slow strokes that made him groan her name like a prayer. Mouths and hands exploring, relearning without pressure to finish. When they finally came together again, 3 weeks after the cast came off, it wasn't fireworks. It was homecoming. Slow, deep, eyes locked. He moved inside her like he was memorizing every inch, every gasp, every shiver, like he was proving something with his body that words could never fully say. "I love you," he whispered against her mouth, over and over, as she came apart beneath him. "I know," she breathed back, tears slipping into her hair. "I know." Afterward, he held her, chest to back, arms locked around her waist, face buried in her neck. "I'm never taking this for granted," he murmured into her skin. "Never again." She turned in his arms, kissed the corner of his mouth. "I believe you." Trust didn't return in a single night. It returned in mornings when he stayed in bed instead of checking email. In evenings when he turned off his phone during dinner. In afternoons when she cried over a stupid commercial and he just held her. No fixing, no explaining, just presence. It returned when she asked, quietly one night in the dark, "Do you still feel the need to control everything?" He was silent for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, "I still feel it, every day, but I choose not to feed it. I choose you instead." She pressed her lips to his collarbone. "That's enough." And slowly, day by day, touch by touch, choice by choice, the last cracks in her walls filled in. Not with concrete, with light, with him, with them. Learning to trust again wasn't dramatic. It was quiet, steady, real, and it felt like finally coming home. Chapter 32, Soft Mornings Together. The first real soft morning came without fanfare. No alarms, no urgent emails, just pale winter sunlight slipping through the half-open curtains, turning the bedroom gold and quiet. Ava woke slowly, face tucked into the crook of Alexander's neck, one leg thrown over his hip, his arm heavy and warm around her waist. She felt his heartbeat under her cheek, steady, deep, alive. His breathing was slow, still caught in sleep, warm puffs against her hair. She didn't move right away. She simply existed there in the cocoon of sheets that smelled like them both, his cologne, her shampoo, the faint trace of last night's skin and sex. No hurry, no walls, just this. After a while, his arm tightened instinctive, even in sleep, and he stirred. A low hum vibrated in his chest. "Morning," he murmured, voice gravel rough, lips brushing her temple. "Morning." He shifted, rolled them so she was half under him, half beside, propped on one elbow to look down at her. His hair was a mess, dark strands falling across his forehead. Eyes still heavy-lidded, soft with sleep and something deeper. "You're staring," she teased, echoing words she'd said to him months ago. "Can't help it." He smiled, small, real, the one that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "You're beautiful in this light." She reached up, traced the line of his jaw, the faint stubble she loved the feel of against her skin. "You're not so bad yourself." He caught her hand, kissed the center of her palm, then lowered his head. The kiss was lazy, slow, unhurried. Lips brushing, parting, tasting. No rush to deepen, just savoring. His tongue traced the seam of her mouth until she sighed, opened, let him in. Hands wandered, his sliding under the hem of her sleep shirt, palm flat against the small of her back, hers threading into his hair, tugging gently. They kissed like that for long minutes, bodies shifting closer, legs tangling, morning breath and all, until she laughed softly against his mouth. "What?" he murmured, smiling against her lips. "We're disgusting. Morning breath. Bedhead." "Perfect," he corrected, kissing the corner of her mouth. "Disgustingly perfect." She laughed again, lighter, freer. He rolled them so she straddled him, hands settling on her hips, thumbs stroking slow circles over her hip bones under the shirt. "No rush," he said quietly. "Just this." She leaned down, kissed him again, then sat up, palms flat on his chest. His heart thumped under her right hand. She felt it, strong, steady, and something in her chest loosened completely. "I love mornings with you," she whispered. His eyes softened almost painfully. "I love every morning I wake up and you're still here." She bent, kissed his throat, his collarbone, the scar along his ribs. Slow worship. No agenda, just touch, just remembrance. He groaned low, reverent hands sliding up her back under the shirt, skin to skin. They stayed like that, lazy touches, quiet kisses, whispered nonsense, until the sun climbed higher and her stomach growled. He laughed, soft, delighted. "Breakfast." She nodded, grinning. He sat up, kissed her once more, then lifted her off him like she weighed nothing. "Stay here, I'll bring it." She propped herself on pillows, watched him pull on low-slung sweatpants, bare chest, hair still wild. He caught her staring. "Keep looking at me like that and breakfast will be very late." She bit her lip, smiled. "Promises." He shook his head, still smiling, and disappeared downstairs. 20 minutes later he returned, tray balanced carefully. Coffee. Fresh croissants from the bakery down the street. Strawberries sliced into hearts. He rolled his eyes when she laughed at them. A small vase with one white rose. He set it on the bed, climbed back in beside her. They ate slowly, sharing bites, feeding each other, laughing when crumbs fell on the sheets. After plates pushed aside, he pulled her against his chest again. "Stay like this all day." He murmured into her hair. She nestled closer. "Yes." No work, no calls, no world, just them. Soft mornings. Soft touches, soft love, rebuilding day by day, breath by breath into something unbreakable. Because trust wasn't a destination. It was this, waking up together, staying, choosing again and again. And they were finally choosing every single soft morning. Together. Chapter 33, The Surprise Trip. The first snow of the season fell overnight, soft, silent, blanketing the mansion grounds in white. Ava woke to the hush of it. No birds, no wind, just the muffled world outside the bedroom windows. She stretched warm under the duvet, Alexander's arm still draped over her waist, and smiled at the sight of fresh powder clinging to the rose bushes. She turned in his arms. He was already awake, propped on one elbow, watching her with that quiet intensity she'd come to love. "Morning," she murmured. "Morning." He brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. "I have something planned." She raised a brow, sleepy, curious. "A surprise." He nodded, small smile tugging his lips. "Pack light, warm clothes, we're leaving this afternoon." "Where?" "If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise." She laughed, soft, delighted, and pushed him onto his back, straddling him playfully. "You're impossible." "I'm trying to be romantic." "You're succeeding." He pulled her down, kissed her slow and deep, until both of them were breathless and grinning. They left just after lunch. Alexander drove, windows cracked to let in the crisp, pine-scented air. Ava curled in the passenger seat, feet tucked under her, scarf loose around her neck. She guessed wrong the entire drive: Vermont, Maine coast, a cabin in the Berkshires. He only smiled, secretive, pleased, and kept his eyes on the road. 3 hours later, he turned off the highway onto a narrow, snow-dusted lane lined with evergreens. The road climbed gently, then opened onto a small clearing. A cabin waited at the end, timber frame, wide porch, smoke curling from the stone chimney. Fairy lights strung along the eaves glowed soft gold against the dusk. Snow lay thick on the roof, icicles hung like crystal from the gutters. Ava's breath caught. "This is ours," he finished quietly. "For the weekend. I bought it last month, closed quietly. No one knows except the realtor and now you." She turned to him, eyes wide. "Why?" He parked, killed the engine, turned to face her fully. "Because you once told me, back when we were still pretending, that you missed simple things. Quiet places. Places that felt like home, not like a museum." He reached across the console, took her hand. "I wanted to give you that. No staff, no schedule, no world watching, just us. Snow, fire, time." Ava's throat tightened. She leaned over, kissed him softly, lingering. "Thank you." They stepped out into the cold, breath fogging, snow crunching under boots. Inside, the cabin smelled of cedar and wood smoke. A fire already crackled in the stone hearth. Someone his doing, no doubt, had come ahead to start it. Thick rugs covered wide plank floors. A leather sofa faced the fireplace. A quilted throw waited on the arm. Kitchen small but stocked. Coffee, wine, ingredients for simple meals. Upstairs, one bedroom with a king bed piled high with blankets, windows looking out over snow-covered pines. Ava walked to the window, pressed her palm to the cool glass. "It's perfect." Alexander came up behind her, arms sliding around her waist, chin on her shoulder. "I wanted somewhere we could just be. No contracts, no headlines, no past trying to catch up." She turned in his arms, looked up at him. "We're here now." He kissed her forehead, lingering. "We are." They spent the evening simply. He built the fire higher while she unpacked, hanging their coats, setting her favorite lotion on the bathroom sink, placing the small framed photo of her parents on the nightstand. He watched from the doorway, quiet smile on his face, then disappeared to the kitchen. When she came down, he had dinner ready. Steak seared in cast iron, roasted potatoes, a bottle of red breathing on the table. Candles flickered, nothing fancy, just warm light. They ate slowly, talking about nothing and everything. Childhood memories she'd never shared, dreams he'd buried under ambition, the way snow always made her feel small in the best way. After dinner, he pulled her onto the rug in front of the fire, blanket wrapped around them both. They lay there, her back to his chest, his arms around her, watching flames dance. No words for a long time, just breathing, just warmth, just them. Then he spoke, soft against her hair. I used to think peace was something you earned. Something you bought with success. I was wrong. She turned her head, looked up at him. What is it then? He kissed her temple. It's this, right here, you in my arms, fire, snow outside, no one else's expectations, just us choosing each other. Again and again. Ava's eyes stung happy tears. She rolled to face him, cupped his face. I choose you, she whispered. Every day, every morning, every quiet moment. He smiled, soft, radiant, kissed her slow and deep. They stayed like that, wrapped in each other, fire popping, snow falling silently beyond the windows until the logs burned low. Then he carried her upstairs, gentle, reverent, laid her on the bed. They made love under the quilt, slow, unhurried bodies remembering, hearts aligned. Afterward he held her close, chin on her head, fingers tracing lazy patterns on her back. I love you, he murmured into the dark. She pressed a kiss to his collarbone. I love you too. Outside, snow continued to fall, soft, endless. Inside, time slowed. And for the first time in either of their lives, neither felt the need to hurry toward tomorrow, because tomorrow would be just like this. Soft, safe, theirs. Chapter 34, The Real Wedding. The cabin in the snow had been a beginning. This small clearing beside a frozen lake, ringed by pines heavy with fresh powder, was the promise kept. No guests, no photographers, no board members or family expectations, just them. A simple wooden arch draped in white roses and evergreens stood at the water's edge. A single lantern hung from its center, glowing soft gold against the late afternoon sky. Snowflakes drifted lazily, silent witnesses. The air smelled of pine and frost and possibility. Ava stepped out of the cabin in a long ivory coat over a simple cream silk dress, flowing sleeves, high neck, no veil. Her hair was loose, catching snowflakes like tiny diamonds. No makeup beyond a touch of color on her lips. No jewelry except the thin platinum band he'd given her months ago, the original contract ring she'd never taken off. She carried no bouquet. She carried only herself. Alexander waited under the arch, dark wool coat open over a charcoal suit, no tie, collar undone. Snow dusted his shoulders and hair. He looked like he hadn't breathed since she stepped outside. When she reached him, he took both her hands, cold fingers warming instantly in his. You're shaking, he murmured. I'm not cold. He smiled, small, tender eyes shining. Me neither. No efficient. No vows written by lawyers, just them and the truth. Alexander spoke first, voice low, steady, carrying over the frozen lake. I, Alexander Blackwood, take you Ava Reynolds again, but this time for real. No contract, no timeline, no safety net. I take you knowing you've seen every broken part of me, the silence, the fear, the walls, and you stayed anyway. I take you promising to choose you every day, to speak when I want to hide, to fight when I want to control. To love you so loudly, the world never doubts it again. He lifted her left hand, kissed the original ring, then slid a new one beside it. Thin platinum, set with a single small diamond that caught the lantern light like a captured star. I vow to build a life with you, not a legacy, not a brand, but a home, soft mornings, quiet nights. Laughter in the kitchen, tears when they come. I vow to be the man who runs to you, not away. The man who chooses love over fear, every single day, for as long as I breathe. Ava's throat tightened, tears slipping free, freezing on her lashes. She swallowed, voice soft but clear. I, Ava Reynolds, take you Alexander Blackwood again, but this time without fear. I take you knowing you've fought to change, to show up, to choose me when it cost you everything else. I take you promising to trust you not blindly but bravely, to let you in when I want to guard, to forgive when mistakes come, to love you even on days when love feels hard. She lifted his hand, kissed his palm, then slid a matching platinum band onto his finger. I vow to build that home with you. To fill it with ordinary magic, coffee in chipped mugs, roses from the garden, nights by the fire. I vow to stand beside you when the world watches and hold you when it doesn't. To choose us every morning, every storm, every quiet moment, for as long as I live. They stood there, hands clasped, rings glinting, snow falling like silent blessings. No one to pronounce them, no need. Alexander leaned in, forehead to hers. "Wife," he whispered, voice thick. "Husband," she answered, smiling through tears. He kissed her then, slow, deep, reverent, snowflakes melting on their cheeks, on their lips. When they parted, breath fogging between them, he rested his forehead against hers again. "Forever isn't a contract," he said, echoing words he'd once spoken in the dark. She smiled, radiant, certain. "It's us." They stayed under the arch until the light faded, snow falling thicker, lantern glowing brighter, wrapped in each other's arms. No guests to applaud, no cameras to capture, just them. And the quiet, perfect truth. They were married, again, for real. This time no end date, just beginning after beginning. Forever. Chapter 35, the past returns one last time. The snow had melted into early spring mud by the time Alina reappeared. It wasn't dramatic, no dramatic confrontation in a ballroom or tabloid leak. It was quieter, more insidious. A courier arrived at the mansion on a Thursday afternoon with a plain manila envelope. No return address, just Ava's name typed neatly on the front. She opened it at the kitchen island, Alexander upstairs on a call, expecting perhaps a late wedding gift or charity invitation. Inside, a single photograph, grainy but clear enough. Ava months earlier, still wearing the faint yellow bruise from the accident, stepping out of a nondescript clinic downtown. The sign behind her read "Confidential Medical Services." A red circle had been drawn around her midsection with a marker. Below it, handwritten in sharp black ink. "Congratulations on the baby, or is it? Tell Alexander the truth before I do. E." Ava's fingers went numb. The envelope slipped to the floor. She stared at the photo, heart slamming against her ribs. She wasn't pregnant. She'd gone to that clinic for a routine checkup after the accident, concussion follow-up, wrist X-ray confirmation, nothing more, no pregnancy test, no baby. But the angle, the way her coat hung, the slight curve from winter layers could be twisted, could be made to look like something it was. Alina had been watching, waiting, and now she was striking. Ava's breath came short, shallow. She heard Alexander's footsteps on the stairs, call ended, coming down. Panic clawed up her throat. She shoved the photo and envelope into the nearest drawer, under dish towels, slammed it shut just as he entered the kitchen. He stopped, saw her face. "What's wrong?" She forced a smile, too tight, too thin. "Nothing, just headache coming on." His eyes narrowed, concern sharpening. "You're pale." "I'm fine." She moved to the sink, ran water, splashed her face, hiding the tremble in her hands. He crossed the room, gentle but firm, turned her to face him. "Ava." She met his gaze, saw the worry, the love, the trust she'd fought so hard to rebuild. She couldn't lie, not to him, not after everything. She opened the drawer, pulled out the envelope, handed it to him without a word. He opened it, read the note, saw the photo. His face changed, slowly, dangerously, quiet fury, cold certainty. He set the envelope down carefully, then he looked at her. "Is it true?" She shook her head fast. "No, I'm not pregnant. I went for a follow-up after the accident, that's all, no test, no baby." He exhaled long, slow, relief warring with rage. "She's trying to hurt us," he said, voice low, lethal. "One last time." Ava wrapped her arms around herself. "She wants me to doubt, wants you to doubt." He stepped closer, cupped her face, thumbs brushing her cheeks. "I don't doubt you." His voice cracked just once. Not for a second, not ever again. She leaned into his touch, eyes stinging. "What do we do?" He kissed her forehead, lingering, then pulled back. "We end it." He picked up his phone, dialed. "Security," he said when the line picked up. "Elena's access is revoked. Permanently. No entry to any property, no contact. If she approaches, escort her out. No exceptions." He ended the call, looked at Ava. "She doesn't get to touch us anymore." Ava exhaled, shaky. "She'll go to the press." "Let her," his jaw set. "Let her try, we'll be ready. Full transparency. Medical records if we have to. Truth over lies, every time." He pulled her into his arms, tight, protective. "She wanted chaos," he murmured against her hair. "She gets closure instead." Ava wrapped her arms around him, face buried in his chest. "I'm not afraid of her," she whispered. "I know. I'm afraid of losing this, us." He pulled back, looked down at her, eyes fierce, certain. "You won't." He kissed her deep, anchoring, pouring every promise into it. When they parted, he rested his forehead against hers. "She's the past," he said quietly. "You're my future, my everything." Ava smiled, small, steady. "And you're mine." They stood there, kitchen quiet, snow melting outside, holding each other. Elena's last strike had landed, but it didn't break them. It forged them stronger. Because truth, spoken, chosen, defended, had already won, and love, real love, didn't flinch at shadows, it burned brighter, and theirs burned like the sun. Chapter 36, Ava's Strength. The envelope had been burned, ashes scattered in the garden the same night Alexander revoked Elena's access. No police report, no public statement, just quiet, final excision. But Elena didn't stop. She never did things halfway. 2 weeks after the photo arrived, a new story broke, not in the tabloids this time, but in a mid-tier business blog with just enough reach to sting. Blackwood's contract bride. New evidence suggests hidden pregnancy scandal. The article was thin, anonymous source, blurry photo from the clinic. Insinuation that Ava had concealed a pregnancy to lock in the marriage before the year ended. No proof, no medical records, just enough innuendo to spark fresh comments, fresh speculation, fresh venom. Ava read it on her phone while sitting on the porch swing, blanket around her shoulders, coffee gone cold in her hand. She didn't cry. She didn't panic. She felt the old instinct rise, the one that had once made her square her shoulders at press conferences, defend him when he wouldn't defend himself, walk away when silence became too heavy. But this time it felt different. Stronger, she set the phone down, walked inside, found Alexander in the study, door open, laptop closed, staring at nothing. He looked up the moment she appeared, saw her face, knew instantly. "It's live," she said simply. He stood crossed to her in 3 strides, took her face in his hands. "I saw it. I was about to come find you." She covered his hands with hers. "I want to handle this one." He searched her eyes. "You don't have to." "I know." She smiled, small, steady. "But I want to, not because I'm protecting you, because I'm protecting us. And because I'm done letting her rewrite my story." He exhaled, slow, proud. "What do you need?" "My laptop, a quiet room, and you sitting beside me, not speaking, just here." He nodded once. They moved to the library. She sat at the desk, opened her laptop, logged into her rarely used personal account. the one with no followers, no brand, just her name. She wrote, "No ghostwriter, no PR filter, just truth. My name is Ava Blackwood. Yes, I married Alexander under a contract. Yes, it started as a transaction to save my father's business." But love doesn't follow contracts. It happened anyway. The latest rumor claims I'm pregnant, that I've hidden it to trap him. I'm not pregnant. I went to a clinic for a routine follow-up after my car accident. Nothing more, no test. No baby, the photo is real, the story around it is not. I'm not saying this to defend my reputation. I'm saying it because I'm tired of letting lies live unchallenged. I love my husband, he loves me. We renewed our vows in private because our marriage belongs to us, not to headlines or speculation. If you want to judge, judge the truth, not the shadows someone else casts. We're building a life together, quietly, honestly, and we're done explaining ourselves to people who prefer fiction. Ava. She read it twice. Hit post, no photo, no hashtag, no plea for likes. Just words. Then she closed the laptop, turned to Alexander. He hadn't moved, hadn't spoken, just watched her the entire time, eyes shining with something fierce and tender. She stood, walked to him. He opened his arms. She stepped into them, face against his chest. "I didn't do it for them," she whispered. "I did it for me, for us." He held her tighter, chin resting on her head. "I know." They stayed like that, fire crackling low in the hearth, snow melting outside the windows, until the post began to spread. Notifications chimed, first a few, then dozens, then hundreds. She didn't look. She didn't need to. Later, when the sun had set and the house was quiet, he carried her upstairs. They made love slowly, reverent, unhurried, every touch a reminder. She was strong, he was steady. They were unbreakable. After tangled in sheets, her head on his shoulder, he kissed her temple. "You were magnificent," he murmured. She smiled against his skin. "I was just me." He lifted her chin, looked into her eyes. "That's more than enough." And in the quiet, after the storm of Alina's last strike had passed, they both understood. The past could return, it could try to wound, but it could never win, because Ava's strength, once hidden, once doubted, was now the foundation they both stood on, and it wasn't going anywhere. Neither were they. Chapter 37, the final test. The crisis arrived without warning, sharp, sudden, like a blade in the dark. It started with a single email from the Langford board chair at 7:14 a.m. on a Tuesday in early May. "Alexander, urgent. The antitrust filing has been flagged for deeper review. Regulators are citing concerns over governance stability, post your public statements, and the delayed timeline. We need a contingency plan by end of day. If this falls through, the acquisition collapses, and so does our Q3 projection. Call immediately." Alexander read it once, then again, then set the phone down on the kitchen island with deliberate calm. Ava walked in, hair still damp from the shower, wearing one of his old t-shirts that hit mid-thigh, saw his face and stopped. "What is it?" He slid the phone toward her. She read, eyes scanning fast, then looked up. "They're using your public declaration against you," she said quietly. "The personal instability line, the delay, the fact that you prioritized us over the deal." He nodded, jaw tight. "They're not wrong, I did, and now the regulators are circling. If Langford pulls out or if the board forces a vote of no confidence, the entire merger dies. Billions in play, jobs, shareholders. The company my father built and nearly destroyed, I could lose it all." Ava stepped closer, placed her hand over his on the counter. "Then we don't let it die." He looked at her searching, You want to fight this? I want us to fight this. Her voice was steady. Not you alone in the boardroom, not me on the sidelines, together, like partners. He exhaled slow, almost disbelieving. You'd step into this. After everything, the headlines, the silence, the way I almost let it break us. She cupped his face, thumbs brushing his jaw. Especially after everything. We rebuilt trust, we renewed vows, we survived Alina's last strike. This, she nodded toward the phone, this is just another storm, and we're stronger in storms now. He turned his head, kissed her palm. Then we fight. They moved to the study, laptops open side by side on the wide oak desk. No separate offices, no distance. Ava took the regulatory angle, reading filings, precedent cases, antitrust guidelines, highlighting every clause that could be reframed as stability rather than risk. She drafted talking points, governance strength through committed leadership, personal stability demonstrated by renewed vows and public accountability, long-term vision over short-term optics. Alexander handled the numbers, revised projections, contingency budgets, fallback partnerships if Langford walked. He called in favors, quiet conversations with regulators' aides, legal counsel on speed dial. They worked through lunch, sandwiches half-eaten on plates pushed aside. Through afternoon, coffee refilled, windows open to let in spring air. Through evening, takeout containers accumulating, voices hoarse from debate and strategy. At 11:47 p.m., Ava leaned back, stretched, looked at him. We have a plan. He closed his laptop, met her eyes. We do. She reached across the desk, took his hand. We're going to win this. He squeezed back, because we're doing it together. The board meeting was called for the next morning. Emergency session, video and in person. Alexander walked in with Ava beside him, no hesitation, no side entrance. She sat at the table, not as observer but as partner. No vote, no title, just presence. When the chair opened with the expected concerns, optics, distraction, risk to shareholder value, Alexander didn't defend alone. He turned to Ava. Would you like to speak to that? She stood calm, clear, voice carrying without effort. I'm not here to apologize for loving my husband. I'm here to remind you that stability isn't measured by silence or perfection. It's measured by commitment. Alexander delayed the deal, not because he was distracted, but because he was choosing integrity over expediency. He chose to protect our marriage publicly when rumors tried to tear it down. That's not weakness. That's strength. She looked around the table, meeting every eye. You want a leader who folds under pressure, or one who stands firm even when it costs him. Because the man sitting beside me is the latter. And if you force him to choose between this company and his wife, between legacy and love, you'll lose him, and you'll lose more than a deal. Silence followed, thick, electric. Then the chair cleared his throat. We'll take it under advisement. Alexander spoke next, voice calm, final. There's no advisement. The merger proceeds on our timeline with full transparency, or it doesn't proceed at all. I'm not negotiating my marriage. I'm negotiating business. Choose. He stood, Ava stood with him. They walked out, hand in hand, leaving the board in stunned quiet. 2 days later, the email arrived. Langford approved revised timeline. Regulators cleared. Deal moves forward. Board vote, unanimous support for continued leadership. Alexander read it aloud in the kitchen, voice steady, but eyes shining. Ava laughed, soft, relieved, wrapped her arms around his neck. We did it. He lifted her onto the counter, stepped between her legs, kissed her deep and slow. We did. She pulled back just enough to look at him. "Partners," she whispered. He smiled forehead to hers. "Partners." No more tests, no more shadows, just them, side by side, stronger for every fight they'd won together. The final test hadn't broken them, it had built them into something unbreakable, into forever. Chapter 38, Side by Side. The Langford deal closed on a rainy Thursday in June. Papers signed in a quiet conference room downtown, no fanfare, no press release. Just handshakes, quiet congratulations, and the weight of billions shifting hands. Alexander walked out of the building with Ava beside him, umbrella shared, shoulders brushing, her hand tucked into the pocket of his coat. The rain drummed steady on the fabric above their heads, the city blurred around them in wet streaks of light and shadow. They didn't speak for the first block. Then Ava tilted her head, looked up at him through the rain. "We did it." He smiled, small, tired, triumphant. "We did." She squeezed his hand. "Not just the deal, all of it." He stopped right there on the sidewalk, turned to face her fully. Rain dripped from the umbrella rim, pattering around them like a private curtain. "You mean surviving me," he said, voice low, rough with emotion. "I mean becoming us." She reached up, brushed rain from his cheek. "You could have folded. You could have let the board push, let the regulators win, let the past dictate the future. Instead, you fought with me, beside me, not in front of me." His throat worked. "I almost didn't," he admitted. "I almost chose the safe play, again." "But you didn't." Her eyes held his, steady, sure. "You chose the harder thing, the real thing. And when the board tried to corner you, when they tried to make you choose between legacy and love, you looked at me. You let me speak. You let me stand with you. That's what partnership looks like." He exhaled, breath fogging in the cool air. "I used to think winning meant controlling the outcome. Now I know it means trusting the person beside me to fight with me, not for me." She smiled, soft, radiant, side by side. He leaned down, kissed her slowly, rain falling around them, on them, between them. No hurry, no audience. Just them wet coats, cold lips, warm hearts. When they parted, he rested his forehead against hers. "Thank you," he whispered, "for believing I could change, for staying long enough to see it." She brushed her nose against his. "I never stopped believing, I just needed you to start." They walked again, hand in hand, rain soaking their shoes, but neither cared. Back at the mansion, they shed wet coats in the foyer, laughed when water pooled on the marble. He pulled her close, kissed her again, deeper this time, until laughter turned to quiet heat. They didn't make it upstairs. Clothes fell in the hallway, his shirt, her sweater, until they reached the living room rug in front of the fireplace. He laid her down, gentle, reverent, covered her body with his. They moved together, slow, deep eyes locked, breaths mingling. No rush, no fear, just them side by side, skin to skin, heart to heart. After tangled on the rug, firelight dancing across their skin, he held her close. "We're going to be okay," he murmured against her temple. She smiled, sleepy, sated. "We already are." Outside, the rain continued, soft, steady. Inside, the world felt small. Safe, complete. They had fought together. They had won together. And every battle from here on out would be the same. Side by side, no silence, no distance, just love, fierce, steady, unshakable. Forever. Chapter 39, The Millionaire Who Fell in Love. Alexander Blackwood stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of the master suite, hands in his pockets, watching the first light of dawn creep across the gardens. The mansion was still asleep, quiet except for the soft patter of rain on the glass and the distant hum of the city waking beyond the gates. He hadn't slept much. Not from worry, not from crisis, from wonder. From the simple, staggering truth that the woman sleeping in the bed behind him had chosen him, not the billionaire, not the name on the building, but him. He turned slowly. Ava lay on her side, curled under the duvet, one arm tucked beneath the pillow, dark hair spilling across white sheets. Her breathing was slow, even, peaceful. The faint scar on her wrist caught the pale light, a reminder of the accident, of the hospital, of the night he'd cried beside her gurney, and finally understood what it meant to lose something irreplaceable. He crossed the room, barefoot, silent, sat on the edge of the mattress. She stirred, eyes fluttering open, found him watching her. "Morning," she murmured, voice thick with sleep. "Morning." He reached out, brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. She caught his hand, pressed a kiss to his palm. "You're thinking too loud," she teased softly. He smiled, small, almost shy. "I'm thinking about how I ended up here." She propped herself on one elbow, studied him. "Here. In this bed, with you, married, happy, not pretending, not controlling, just me, and you loving me anyway." Ava sat up fully, sheets pooling at her waist, took both his hands in hers. "You didn't end up here," she said quietly. "You chose it, every day. Every time you could have retreated behind silence or spreadsheets or legacy, you chose differently. You chose vulnerability. You chose truth. You chose me." He exhaled, slow, shaky. "I was a cold bastard when we met," he admitted, voice low, raw. "Guarded, calculating. I thought love was a liability, a distraction, something that made people weak. My father taught me that. My mother reinforced it, and I believed it until you." He looked down at their joined hands, her fingers laced through his. "You walked into my office and signed that contract without flinching. You moved into this house and made it feel like a home. You defended me when I wouldn't defend myself. You held me when I was sick. You walked away when I didn't deserve you and came back when I finally learned how to fight for you." His throat worked. "I was a millionaire who had everything except the one thing that matters. And then I fell in love with you, hard, completely, irrevocably, and it changed everything." Ava's eyes shimmered, tears threatening but not falling. "You didn't just fall," she whispered. "You rose. You became the man who cries in hospitals, who posts photos without fear, who tells his mother and the board and the world to go to hell if they can't accept us. You became the man who chooses love over control, every single day." She leaned forward, forehead to his. "I fell in love with the cold, guarded billionaire who looked at me like I was a puzzle he couldn't solve. And I stayed in love with the man who learned how to be solved, how to be open, how to be real." He cupped her face, thumbs brushing the corners of her eyes. "I don't know who I'd be without you." "You'd be successful," she said softly. "Rich, powerful, alone." He laughed, quiet, broken. "I'd be empty." She kissed him then, slow, deep, full of everything they'd survived. When they parted, he rested his forehead against hers again. "I used to think falling in love meant losing control," he murmured. "Now I know it means gaining something better, something worth everything." She smiled, radiant, certain. "Worth forever." He pulled her into his lap, arms wrapping tight around her. "Forever," he echoed, voice thick with emotion. They sat like that, tangled together, watching the rain turn to soft morning light. No rush, no agenda, just them. The millionaire who had once measured life in quarterly reports and stock prices. The woman who had once signed a contract to save her family. Now simply two people who had chosen each other, over and over, until the choice became the only truth that mattered. And in the quiet of that dawn, rain tapping the windows, world waking beyond the gates, Alexander Blackwood finally understood. He hadn't just fallen in love, he had been remade by it, and he would spend the rest of his life being grateful every single day. Chapter 40, Forever Isn't a Contract. 2 years later. The mansion gardens bloomed riotously in late spring, roses climbing the trellises, lavender spilling over stone paths, peonies heavy with pink and white. Sunlight filtered through new green leaves, dappling the lawn where a small picnic blanket lay spread beneath the oldest oak. Ava sat cross-legged in the center, bare feet tucked under her sundress, hair loose and sun-kissed. In her lap, a 6-month-old baby girl with dark curls and storm gray eyes, tiny fists waving gummy smile wide as she reached for the daisy Ava dangled above her. "Look at you," Ava murmured, voice soft with wonder. "Already trying to catch the world." The baby cooed, grabbed the flower, stuffed it immediately toward her mouth. Ava laughed, gentle, bright, redirected the daisy to safer territory. Alexander watched from the porch steps, coffee mug in hand, sleeves rolled to his elbows, tie long discarded. He hadn't worn one in months. Not since the day he'd walked out of the last board meeting early to be home for bedtime stories. He crossed the lawn barefoot, silent, dropped down beside them. The baby turned at the sound of his footsteps, lit up arms outstretched. "Dada." He scooped her up, pressed a kiss to her chubby cheek, then settled her against his chest. "Hello, little trouble," he murmured, voice low, warm. "Causing chaos already." She babbled, grabbed his collar, tugged. Ava leaned against his shoulder, watched them, heart full to aching. "She gets it from you," she teased. "Obviously." He kissed the top of Ava's head. "The charm, the stubbornness, all me." Ava laughed, soft, easy. They sat like that, family of 3, sun warming their skin, baby babbling nonsense between them. After a while, Alexander shifted, looked down at Ava. "I used to think forever was a contract," he said quietly, almost to himself. "Something you signed, something with terms, end dates, escape clauses." She tilted her head, met his eyes. "And now I know it's this." He glanced at their daughter, then back to her. Mornings waking up tangled together. Afternoons like this, messy, ordinary, perfect. Nights when she cries and we take turns walking the floor. Years from now, when she's running through these gardens, when we're gray and slower, still choosing each other, every single day. Ava's eyes shimmered, happy tears threatening. "I used to think love was something you earned," she whispered. "Something you proved. Now I know it's something you live, something you wake up to, something you fall asleep beside." He reached for her hand, threaded their fingers, kissed her knuckles over the rings they both still wore. The originals from the contract days, and the new ones from the real vows under the snow-covered arch. "Forever isn't a contract," he said, echoing words that had once been almost a promise. She finished it, voice steady, certain. "It's us." The baby chose that moment to grab a fistful of his shirt, yank giggle. They laughed together, loud and free. Alexander lifted their daughter high, blew a raspberry on her belly, her delighted squeals echoing across the lawn. Ava watched, heart so full it hurt in the best way. This was it. Not the billions, not the headlines, not the boardrooms or the galas. This, sunlight, laughter, tiny hands. Quiet vows renewed every ordinary day. This was forever, and it was theirs. No end in sight, just beginning. After beginning, always the end.